Test. But it's a smooth, but it's still on.
So then, because it's
Can I get another table like that from outside, or
For
just for the camera? I thought would be a bit better. I can go get it myself.
men hur ser det ut alltså om vi sätter ett, var tänkte du ha det då alltså?
No här till exempel alltså. Den här stod. Så vet du, när den är här så är det liksom. Eller alltså menar du att det är vägen eller?
so now is the version of the
Det beror på vad man vill ha för bild.
I think this is good.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean you can see the screen even though there's light. Because there are not so many presentations, so it's more important that you see the speakers.
Så vi ska inte ha ett bord här.
So now
Jag tycker inte vi ska sätta det. Om det blir helt jättedålig bild så.
No, man ser mest podiet och inte så mycket människor förstås.
Okej, ja.
Men alltså nu syns de ju inte det på det sättet.
where we also had the Prime Minister present. Then it was about images about minority languages the following year. The year after that, it was about media in minority languages. 2 years ago, it was about it's up to the majority, and last year about education in minority languages. And since funding is hard to achieve for arts in general, both literary production and also theaters and other things, Kulturfonden saw that this is a very current topic that needs to be discussed. It's very important for regional minority languages to survive, to also have arts, theater, cinema production in their languages. I won't be long. I'm going to ask the chair of the board of Svenska Kulturfonden, Mr. Stefan Wallin, to come up and open the seminar. Mr. Wallin, apart from being the chair of the board of Kulturfonden, is also a member of the Finnish parliament. He has been a minister of culture, so he knows the topic very well. He's been a minister of defense and a minister of environment, and probably a minister of other things that I have forgotten as well. But in order not to list all the ministers he has been apart from culture, I can also say that he also knows the sports because he's an Aston Villa fan. But I will give the floor to Mr. Wallin to open the seminar if you can come up here.
Thank you, Johan. Minister of other things. One thing that I haven't been, but I would like to have been, is Minister for silly walks, from the Monty Python. But maybe sometimes in the future, I have a dream. Distinguished guests, dear friends, distinguished member of European Parliament, Nicke, ladies and gentlemen. As chair of the board of the Swedish Cultural Foundation, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this seminar, Minority Arts, No Minor Issue. As we just heard, arranging a minority seminar in Brussels is already a nice tradition for the foundation. There are, in fact, several reasons for that. Minority issues is a borderless phenomenon. There are minorities everywhere, and I think every single one of us belongs to at least one or several minorities. As they say, we are united in diversity, and that also means that we can learn each other, but we can definitely also learn from each other. Swedish Cultural Foundation was founded in 1908 by the Swedish People's Party, which is a liberal party participating right now in the Finnish government, and is also represented in the European Parliament ever since 1995, when Finland became a member of the European Union. The foundation, one of the biggest ones in Finland, is today good for well over 1 billion euros in capital and delivers some 33 million euros annually to culture and education in Swedish and Finland. We award grants, not the whiskey, the grants, to institutions, to associations, and individuals. We also initiate larger projects and organize conferences, as you can see. The foundation is also involved in international cooperation, and look where we are, in the absolute heart of European cooperation. There are about 300,000 native-speaking, Swedish-speaking inhabitants in Finland. That's about 5% of the population. The status of the Swedish language and equal rights are well guaranteed by the Constitution. Finland is a bilingual country. The main challenge right now has to do with changes in the public opinion towards the status of the Swedish language in Finland. To put it this way, all political parties are not that liberal. On Friday, the Finnish Parliament, of which I'm a member, will vote about the so-called People's Initiative about the compulsory Swedish language in Finnish-speaking schools. It's a long story, but the issue is that there are certain characters in the civil society and also in politics who obviously would like to get rid of Finland's bilingual status, at least in the long run. This is a challenge for not only us politicians, but also, and definitely also organizations like Swedish Cultural Foundation. We have a mission to play a bridging role to strengthen the ways of life, culture, and education in Swedish, but we must also be able to tell the majority why two languages are better than one. The purpose today is to provide an arena for constructive and inspiring discussions between European policymakers and people working with language minority issues in a wide range of ways throughout Europe. Arts and culture are very important to any group in terms of identity, policy, and also visibility. For linguistic minorities, arts linked to language are essential, but often challenging due to a relatively small immediate audience. However, this art could be of interest to any audience. As they say, less is more, but small can also be big. World-class literature can be written in minority languages, and world-class theater productions can premiere in any language. Furthermore, many of these artists are active participants in various international cooperation. So what possibilities can the European Union offer for smaller literature and theater fields throughout Europe? And what are the challenges in this respect? The aim of this seminar is also to find some answers to these questions, to open the eyes of everybody present to the importance of minority cultures, to expose existing networks, and hopefully also build new ones. We should remember that innovations, new ideas are usually born at a spot where diversity, different people meet. We are, I repeat, united in diversity. Well, the basic facts behind the whole idea with the European Union: we need more mutual understanding, we need cooperation over all kinds of borders there are. Dear friends, with these words, and on behalf of the Swedish Cultural Foundation, I would like to wish you all welcome to this seminar. I would also like to thank Member of the European Parliament, Niels Torvalds, for the possibility to meet here in the European Parliament, which is a place where different political cultures meet. There's a saying, silent as a Finn. There's also another saying, Finland is a country where the people keep quiet in two languages. Well, we're now in Belgium, and that gives us definitely a license to talk, but only talk, also to listen, and of course to learn from each other and to enjoy. Hjärtligt välkomna till Svenska Kulturfondens minoritetsseminarium 2015.
Thank you very much, Stefan. We now pass on to a greeting from the European Parliament to a member of the European Parliament, Niels Torvalds, who Mr. Wallin already mentioned in his speech, and he will speak about the importance of supporting art and culture in linguistic minorities. Niels Torvalds is the Member of Parliament for the Swedish People's Party. He was re-elected last time with the majority record of votes ever for the party in Finland. And I used to say that he has been at every place where something has happened. He was a correspondent in China during the Tiananmen Square uprising. He was in New York on September 11th. He's been in every war and conflict zone where it happened and reported. And now he's the one who can manage. So I won't say anything more. I want to just remind you also and all our viewers out there that this is web streamed. Everyone couldn't take part because of security measures here, but you can follow it all over the world on the internet through web streaming. But so the floor is yours, Mika.
Thank you, thank you. Well, some of our friends said that, could you please tell me where you are going next time so we don't go to the same place? But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the European Parliament. The soldiers you saw outside today went there because of you. They were, in a way, you could probably say that it's a symbolic thing. They are there because we have difficulties understanding cultures in Europe. So, Europe is a mosaic of different cultures. It was a mosaic of different cultures. Also in the backyard of Helsinki, where I grew up, I was about 6, almost 6, when I moved there, and coming out in the backyard, I was asked, "Do you want to fight?" And I said, "Yes, sure." And then I had a fight, and I succeeded in getting out a feet of one of my neighbors. And after that, I was allowed to speak my tongue without any problems. So sometimes you have to fight for your rights. The European Union, and especially some of the European Union's member states, sometimes have problems seeing that countries could have or might have more than one official language, and that minority languages play a very important role in the many member states. In EU projects and proposals ranging from Erasmus for all to cross-border television, the Commission often tends to look at minority languages and linguistic minorities also have a role to play in European flagship projects. And this will be something very, very crucial, something very, very even hard to find solutions to when we are moving into the digital agenda. Because all of a sudden the digital agenda actually will require television to be in Swedish, Finnish, Polish, whatever language all over Europe. And that will create a conflict with property rights at the same time. So we're going to have a very interesting time trying to solve the digital agenda and our cultural rights at the same time. The new Juncker Commission, in the new Juncker Commission, there isn't any EU commissioner for multilingualism anymore. That's of course a very bad sign. That's not the only bad sign we get from them, but it's a disturbing one. Therefore, we all together must prove that the Commission is wrong regarding this. Multilingualism, arts and culture of linguistic minorities are something very, very important. And I say it not just as a politician. Among the people here, I see many, should I say, former friends from my time as a journalist. So multilingualism is something very essential and it's not always very easy to get there. We actually had to fight to re-establish the minority language intergroup. Now, together with King Adal from Hungary, from Jordan Sebastian from Spain, we were able to do that. But it wasn't actually very easy. You can actually establish 28 different intergroups in the parliament. And you need to have at least 3 different nations, 3 different states, 3 different political parties there. And just in our group, we were able to support 9 different intergroups. But we had propositions in our group for 45 different groups. So actually to be able to get that together, to be able to establish a minority intergroup wasn't as easy as before. So together with EPP, the conservative part of the parliament, and together with the Greens, we were able to defend this initiative. And they have all showed quite a lot of commitment for the cause. I'm very happy to say that since the re-establishment, many members from almost all political groups have joined the intergroup. Today we have in total 67 members, and I think I saw this morning an email on my computer saying, could I be allowed to join the intergroup? So we will actually be 68 from 21 different member states. That's actually a very interesting figure, because in all groups, at least 21 member states, we have minority languages. For reasons of political correctness, we speak about traditional minorities. You should, of course, ask, what the heck is traditional minorities? Because what we think is a traditional minority today is probably something else tomorrow. What we regard as not being a traditional minority today might, after 10 years, be a traditional minority. If you look at the great changes taking place in all countries for the moment, but where you are going to have a very, very steep change, that's, for instance, Germany. Germany will have an influx of about, be careful out there. Germany will have an influx of about 200,000 persons a year coming from different cultural backgrounds. So after some 10, 15 years, Germany will be looking in a quite different manner. And that's going to be the case also back in Finland for us. So the question of minority languages will be a crucial one for the future. So we're going to have to band together to be able to defend our interests, to defend interests of tomorrow, because if we just stay on the level of today's, then we're probably going to defend things that will be old-fashioned tomorrow. So we have to be able to understand what kind of minorities are we going to have there in the future, and how can we be sure to make the life of those minorities less conflicting than it's probably today. One more thing, just to show what we have done. In the same room where you are now sitting, almost 18 months ago, I had another parliamentary congregation. I had the Sami parliament from Finland sitting here. And that was actually a very touching moment for different reasons. First of all, for Sami people in Finland, or Sami people in Sweden, or Sami people in Norway, not to speak about Sami people in Russia, the past hasn't been very easy. One of the first steps Sami people in Finland got was when my good friend Uus Sundqvist was Minister of Education, because he was approached by a delegation, Sami delegation. They said, "You must understand us because you are a Swedish-speaking thing." So we have a certain responsibility, because we know how it is to be a minority and what it means when you say that you have to fight for your rights. And we have tried to live up to those expectations. So one of the most moving moments in my life as a member of the European Parliament was when I was addressed in this very room in Sami, in northern Sami, where this is a great moment for the Sami people to be the Sami parliament in the European Parliament. They understood that as a symbolic value. So, best friends, sometimes we have difficulties in understanding other people, other cultures. You heard from the very beginning that my good friend Steffi Balin is a supporter of Aston Villa. I can't understand that. But somebody has to be also a supporter of Aston Villa. Enjoy your stay here, discuss, find friends, go out there and do it before they do it to you. I have to run because I have, I think, 5 more meetings to take care of today. But thank you, Steffi, thank you, all of you, and good dreams.
Can I just say, supporting Aston Villa right now is definitely a minority issue.
I can, while we get out the next PowerPoint, say that I support a team which is even a more minority language team. Athletic Club in Bilbao, they only have Basque players. And it's one of 3 teams that have been in the top Spanish league forever. Right? One is Real Madrid, one is FC Barcelona, and the third is Athletic Bilbao, with exclusively Basque players. That's about it. Now we have the next PowerPoint presentation, and I'm happy to welcome a former colleague, Mr. Rob van Iersel, who's program manager for the Creative Europe program. So he will, I forgot to tell at the beginning, I worked for the same company, the same firm until October, but I saw that my only chances left were to be a translator, and I had for 4 years told everyone that I'd rather sit in a Turkish prison and translate. That's not to say that there's anything wrong with translating, they're very excellent translators and also interpreters, but it's not just for a talkative thing like me. But please, Mr. Van Iersel, the floor is yours. Please present the Creative Europe program and what's in there for theaters and literary production in or literary translation in regional minority languages.
Thank you. Yes. Well, thank you for inviting me here. It's a real pleasure for me to come over here and talk to you and explain a little bit about our culture and creativity program, which is called Creative Europe. I'm afraid that after these inspiring opening statements that we just heard, I must take you a little bit back to a more boring reality, and that is indeed lead you to the do's and don'ts of these specific parts of the Creative Europe program that involve theater and literary translation. Indeed, it is an aspect, a topic that is not that often discussed within or in Brussels, in the EU, in the Commission. But nevertheless, I believe it's of great importance, given only the fact of how many people are daily involved, daily living with their minority languages. I will use in my presentation a small PowerPoint, which usually I prefer not to, because I believe it's easier to just look people in the eye and have a conversation together. But with a somewhat bigger group as we have here today, I think it's a nice guideline to help you go through what I have to say today. So let's have a look at my first slide, which we had to adapt a bit. There were some minor technical issues, but what you can see there are the 2 main objectives of our program. And the first one is one that has been in there also in previous programs, previous culture programs, and that is to safeguard, develop and promote European culture and linguistic diversity and cultural heritage. This is based on the treaty, it's being mentioned in the treaty, and as such we more or less copy-pasted this as one of the main objectives in our own program. The second one has to do with the Europe 2020 goals. And that means that every action that we take in Europe, every program that we design in Europe, has to have a clear link with the strengthening of the competitiveness of the European sectors, and in this case, that is the cultural and creative sectors. What does this mean in practice? To what kind of cultural fields is this program open? Well, basically, the program is open for all cultural sectors that you can think of. This means, for example, theater, visual arts, design, architecture, heritage, and also literature, to name but a few. What is very important to realize before I continue with my presentation is that EU culture policy, or that culture policy in Europe, is a question of subsidiarity. And what this means is that culture is essentially in the national domain. It's something to be organized, to be legislated nationally. What that means for the EU, the European Commission, is that we can only intervene in the cultural field, only set up programs when there is a clear European added value to be found. And I will get back to that later, because this does have some implications, especially for literary translations. Let's see if yes, there we are. This is an overview of our program, which has a relatively small budget of only 1.5 billion for 7 years. That seems like a lot of money, but when you calculate how much that is per year, there's not that much left. For culture, we're talking about the part on the bottom left side, culture, 31% of the program. That means that we have about 450 million for 7 years, which means that we probably have less to spend for the whole of Europe than an average opera house in Paris, for example. So that gives you kind of an indication of the amount we're talking about, and also about the limitations that we have when we are designing policies to help your sectors further. Nevertheless, I should mention that this limited budget still means that we have an increase of 9%, and with that we are one of 3 or 4 programs only, I believe, that have received an increase in the budget in this funding period, 2014-2020. Okay, let's have a look at this culture sub-program, this 31% of the budget. As all programs, the program runs for 7 years, and it mainly offers funding for 4 different strands. The first one, and by far the biggest one, 70% of the money in this sub-part of the program, concerns the cross-border cultural cooperation projects, and we'll go into that in more detail later. The second and third one I will not really touch upon are the cultural networks and platforms, about 10 million a year each in total, sorry. And the fourth, where I will also have a closer look together with you, are the translations, the literary translations. What we can see here, that it is important for all actions that we potentially fund, is that actions should be cross-border. That means that they have to involve a number of different cultural organizations from at least 3 different countries in the EU or other participating countries in the program. The main goal of each and every one of the actions that we fund should be the contribution to the spreading of our cultural heritage, our cultural products, the development of our societies through culture, and as I said, they should also play a role in developing the European economy and the generation of permanent jobs. That's the way it is under this present scheme. And all in all, our program offers funding possibilities to tens of thousands of cultural operators. So I am pretty sure there must also be, there should also be some possibilities for your organizations to somehow find funding in one of our strands. Let's have a closer look to the first strand under the cultural sub-program, the one I just mentioned, the transnational cooperation projects. As I said, up to 250,000 artists over the course of 7 years, so that's quite a lot. We have a total budget to spend here of some 320 million euros in 7 years. As I just mentioned, any project funding or looking for funding under this scheme should involve at least 3 or 6 partners from 3 or 6 different countries in the EU or the other participating countries. The other participating countries are Norway and Iceland at the moment, the Balkan countries, Turkey, recently Georgia joined our program, and we are about to sign an agreement with Moldova and probably next year also with Ukraine. So these are the countries that can currently participate in our program. The budget, the funding that we provide, is up to 200,000 euros for the smaller projects, so the ones with a minimum of 3 partners and 1 or 2 year duration, and the bigger projects can receive up to 2 million of funding per project. But in all cases, this concerns EU co-funding, which means that you will have to find financing at least partially for your project somewhere else. The co-funding that we provide is up to 60 or 50%, as you can see. And we have yearly calls for cooperation projects. Yes. So what do we actually support, or what do we aim at with funding these cultural cooperation projects between organizations from different countries? Of course, in the first place, we aim at the exchange of cultural workers or their works, cultural works, which will allow them to gain skills that they need to meet challenges in a changing environment. We also support extended stays and residencies in other EU countries for artists and cultural professionals, which will allow them to develop their careers, also more internationally. We support co-productions and performances between cultural organizations from different countries. And I should stress here that it doesn't matter in which language, for example, a theater play is being given, as long as you cooperate, you have a true cooperation between at least 3 organizations from 3 different countries, and you to contribute to the main goals of our program, which is basically spreading culture and cooperating in the cultural field all over Europe and getting other people to know what your culture is about, and then it doesn't matter in what language such a production is being held. And then fourthly, we do support cross-border lending and borrowing of artworks, which will bring them to citizens across Europe. I should stress that all project proposals, we have yearly calls, as I mentioned, all proposals are being judged by a panel of independent experts. We as the Commission do not have an influence on that at that stage anymore. We have designed rules. The rules have been put into legislation by the 2 legislators, Parliament and Council. And at this stage, when we're talking about yearly calls and the assessment of these calls, this will be done by independent experts. And what they will be looking at are mainly 5 objectives, of which you should address at least 1 or 2. And you will be asked to specify which one you will aim at, or which 2 you will aim at when coming up with a proposal to one of our calls. And these five objectives are capacity building. Your project should either contribute to capacity building in your sector, audience development, which means addressing the audience in new ways, the development of new business models in your sector, tackling the challenges of digitization, and of course, one that, well, more or less is valid for all goals, the mobility of artists and works. I will very briefly touch upon the networks and the platforms, but just 1 second. We fund networks, European-wide networks, which consist of a minimum of 50 national networks in a certain cultural field to further develop and strengthen their own sector. I must say that 3 of these networks currently, of the 23 that we fund, are involved with theater. So perhaps it might be wise for some of you to look this up on our website and see if they can be of assistance to what you are working with, what you are currently doing as well. The other thing that we fund, and that is a new thing, is platforms which will allow us, our platforms through our funding to support emerging talent to operate transnationally in Europe. And what you should think about there, for example, is the Emma Awards, which supports new European pop talents to perform in different countries in Europe. Then what I understand is of importance to many of you present here is the literary translation scheme, which we have designed, which allows us to give grants to European publishers for the translation of literary works from one European language into another. And with European language, we mean officially, nationally recognized languages in your country. A second condition that we attach to providing funding is that at least one of the 2 languages, which means the source language or the target language, should be a EU language. So that's one of the, what is it, 22 or 23? 24.
And it has to be an official EU language. So Catalan, Welsh, Basque, and Romanian and Greece are excluded, or some.
Greek and Latin are not excluded. I forgot to mention that.
Okay.
We do see them as official EU languages, but Catalan, etc., are excluded as far as it concerns the official EU languages, but not in as far as that they are being seen as nationally recognized minority languages. This has an implication. It also means that all the other languages not being nationally recognized will not be able to get funding, at least in this scheme, which might pose a problem to some of you. And this has to do with what I just mentioned at the beginning of my talk, that culture is mainly a national issue, and that we are not allowed to intervene with that. So let me have a closer look at the literary translation scheme. What happens there is that we support the translation of, and do I want to show this sheet now? Let's see. No, let's stay here for a while. We support translation and the promotion of collections of fiction, works of fiction. That can be any work of fiction. And what we do is typically we support packages of books, the translation and promotion of them from one language to another. I just explained the language issue. So let me have a look at how this works. We provide grants to publishers. So that means also being a writer in a minority language, that you will have to, first of all, find a publisher in your own country or a publisher in one of the other countries involved. Another condition is that your work should also already have been published in your own country. And furthermore, what we do encourage is the translation in one of the major four languages, the four major European languages, because that allows us to meet our goal of having as many works reach an as big as possible audience in Europe in the easiest way. As I explained, we have a limited budget, which means that we will have to make choices, and this was one of the choices. So our members in the jury will specifically look at project proposals which aim, in the first instance, at translation into English, French, German, or Spanish. Then I will go to the almost final sheet. The budget we have here is only 32 million for 7 years, which is not a lot of money. It means about 4.5 million per year. This allows us to support more or less 35 to 40 packages of books, because we do grant 100,000 per package per publish normally. We have two kinds of projects or two types of, well, let me say we have two types of calls. One for the 2-year projects, which gets 100,000 maximum per grant, per package. And we also have framework partnership agreements with certain publishing houses, which we only have 2 times a year. One closed in 2013, and the other one will open in 2016 and close in February 2017. And they get a little bit more funding. They get 100,000 a year. And what we are looking for there is that they will be a little bit more involved in getting our goals, the goals of our program, spread over Europe, and to also maximize the potential of the program and the limited budgets that we have at hand. Also here, the EU offers co-financing, which means that we can finance up to a maximum of 50% of the eligible costs of a program. Well, as said, the applicants must be publishers, which means that you don't have to find a publisher first. We publish, we support packages of 3 to 10 works. It should be fiction. It's into European languages. So, as I just said, nationally recognized languages. Really is one of them EU language. Let's see, is there something other that I have not yet said? I have mentioned all the countries involved, and of course, translations must have a cross-border dimension, meaning that you cannot solely translate from one official language in country A into another official language in country A. There must be a cross-border dimension, which in many cases is not such a big issue, because Swedish, for example, in Finland, is also being spoken in Sweden, French in Belgium, also in France, etc. And I think I will leave it with this for this moment. I understand that I will be in the panel a little bit later, so I am still available for your questions in a minute or so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. I saw already that there were some questions in the audience, but I think we continue directly with the panel discussion. So if I can ask you, Rob, also to take a seat up here, and may I ask the following persons to come up and take a seat in the panel. Matilda von Weissenberg, who is the general manager of the Virus Theatre in Finland. Anne Graswinkel, who is the head of education in the Theater Theatre in Friesland in the Netherlands. Irene Girkinger, the director of Verein de Bühnen Bozen in South Tyrol, Italy. And Arvel Griffith, who is the artistic director of the Welsh National Theatre in Wales in the UK. The theatre is actually called in Welsh Theatre Genadla Tolk Imri. Forgive me my bad Welsh pronunciation. And to chair the panel will be the director of the Finnish Cultural Institute here in in Brussels, Mr. Alexi Malmberg. So I'm giving the floor to Alexi Malmberg, and he then passes it on to the panelists, and after that we take questions from the audience before the coffee break. So the floor is yours, Alexi.
Thank you so much, Julian, and thank you for a very concrete, wonderful presentation on the Creative Europe program. Can you all hear me? Is it okay? Good. Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel session, which is quite an inspiring one, actually. We have 50 million minority or regional language speakers in the EU, according to one estimation. This is double the amount of people living in the whole Nordic area. It's more people than living in the whole of Spain. So it is not a small question altogether in culture and arts. And why this panel session is extremely inspiring is that we have four wonderful directors of theatres working practically hands on mud on these issues and on minority language and art, and bringing the question of how to actually be in contact with the European Union level. We'll start the whole session with short case introductions from each of the panelists to give a basis on what we're talking about, and then continue on a discussion, which I hope will be sort of a dialogue, and we'll have an interaction with all of you present here today as well. But let us begin with, as we're a bit late on the schedule, 5 maximum of 10 minutes cases on what your organization is doing, how are you related to the European Union level of arts. And I will begin with Irene Kirkinger, who's the director of and Union from Italy. And if you have some audiovisual material, you can go on the laptop. If not, you can be here or walk around the room or however you want. Good. Please. You can use my mic.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me? Yes? No? Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Irene Kirkinger, and since 2012 I'm Artistic Director of Finland, the leading institution of the performing arts in the German language in South Tyrol, an autonomous province in the north of Italy. We are the only theatre in the region that produces all the theatre productions that we show on stage on our own. We dispose to a factory where we produce the decoration for the plays, the tailoring for the costumes, the big storage for props, costumes, etc., and also to rehearsal rooms. A total of 8 to 10 productions are presented by the VBB, as we are also called, each season. We are playing over than 130 performances each season that stretches from October to May. We stage modern and contemporary productions, classic productions for children also and youth. We offer a very diversified program. We present also comedies and musical plays, and every season we present a production that deals with the social, cultural, and historic situation of the region. For example, last season we staged a documentary project about the auction that referred to the period between 1939 and 43, where the native German-speaking people in South Tyrol were given the option of either immigrating to neighboring Nazi Germany or remaining in the fascist Italy, or being possibly integrated into the mainstream Italian culture. About over 80% opted at this time to move to Germany, but most of them didn't leave because of the war. This decision had for consequence a strong separation of the population and provoked gaps in families, villages, and friends, and they still exist now. We invited the last living witnesses to remember this period on stage. This year we presented a dramatization of the famous novel of Sabine Buber, South Tyrol's most successful writer, entitled Stillbach oder die Sehnsucht. English translation is Roman Elegy. A novel which spans the decades from the Second World War to the present day and connects the history of South Tyrol and the rest of Italy. Next season, we will confront our spectators with a documentary project about the delicate period of the secessionist movement in the 60s with the bombing campaigns. Everybody knows about this, I imagine. Although we work and produce in the same way that German state or national theaters, we present our productions in an Italian stagione principle. That means one production follows the other one during one season. And above this, we don't play in our own theater. We're located in a theater building administrated by a foundation that seats an audience of 800 in the big hall and 200 in the studio. We share both rooms with the Italian-speaking theater, the Teatro Stabile di Bolzano, and the Orchestra Haydn, who is responsible for concerts and operas. So we are a three-dimensional theater, but with each institution on its own. The VBB, Vereinigte Bühne Bozen, was founded in 1992 with the concrete aim to establish a professional theater in German language in South Tyrol. Since there hasn't been possibility to develop a professional theater culture, of course, because of the history like it was. The reason for this lack of culture might be found in the turbulent historical events during the last century. Theatre in general has a very important role of linguistic identification in this area. In nearly every village there are a lot of theatre groups playing in dialect and have a strong, like theatre has a strong identifying side. We are here for the high-level theatre culture in German languages. All the artists who come and work with us, they are professionals and come from Austria or from Germany and also work in big theatres. Every season we have around 30,000 spectators who are visiting the program of the VBB. Compared to a total of 350 German-speaking inhabitants of South Tyrol, total about 500,000, this means about 10%. We are supported by the autonomous province of Bolzano South Tyrol and the city of Bolzano, and also the region Trentino Alto Adige and some private sponsorships. Until now, we have been supported by the state of Italy, but due to the reform of the public contributions, a new decree of the Ministry of Culture says that we are also, until now, able to present our candidature and hope we will get some additional public aid. We are also part of a network with other theatres of our dimension in Austria, Germany and in Switzerland, and elaborating co-productions with these partners. These co-productions till now haven't been supported by the European Union because we have only been 2 partners, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6. I'm already very happy that I found 1 partner or 2 partners. So hopefully we will see if maybe in the next years this will change and we get more partners to have also this possibility for Creative Europe.
I'm sorry, you can I just used to have some 60-second wrap up.
This is all what I wanted to say. One thing that I wanted to say is that there are European funding possibilities also in South Tyrol. We have this European region Tyrol, South Tyrol, Trentino, like this famous regio that you all know what I'm talking about, I think. And the European region Tyrol, South Tyrol, Trentino now is about to fund also and to support some projects that we are doing like in this local area. That means if we have partners from North Tyrol and from Trentino, then we are also, and we have the possibility to get the supports by this means of the EU. So this is our situation at the moment. Yes, I'm looking forward to hear the other questions.
Wonderful, thank you so much, Irene. And as we know, you're all doing wonderful artistic work in your region, and what is most interesting at this point is to see how it actually is related to the European context and the international exchange, and what are the experiences that you have around that, and how could EU help in that sense. But let us go onwards, and I'm very happy to introduce Arvo Griffith from the Theatre again, and he's the artistic director. And if you have some PowerPoint editor code, please.
Thank you. I thought it would be useful for me just to remind myself by using some pretty pictures, not sorry words. But thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn am y croeso, a diolch am y gwahoddiad I ddod yma heddiw yma. Mae'n rhaid ac yn anrhydedd bod rhywun yn cynrychioli theatr drwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg yn cael cyfle I siarad yn Senedd Ewropeaidd. Just a few words in my native Welsh language. Thank you very much. So I am the Artistic Director of Theatr Genedlaethol Cymru, also known as Theatr Gen, for those who don't want to venture into pronouncing the whole title, but it literally means the National Theatre of Wales in Welsh language. So we have two national theatres in Wales, one that produces work in the English language and ourselves who produce work in the Welsh language. My name is Arvo Griffith, and I've been in position since, well, for coming on to 4 years now. Just for the avoidance of doubt, if anybody doesn't know where Wales is, that's where we are. We're to the left of England. We're based in Carmarthen, which is in the west of the country. The Welsh-speaking population of Wales is dispersed throughout the country, but generally speaking, you will find a greater percentage of Welsh speakers in the communities to the west of the country, and we are based in the town of Carmarthen, which is in the southwest. Mostly everything else is in Cardiff. So Wales has a population of 3 million. Capital obviously is Cardiff, and that's the population of Cardiff, in case you didn't know. We have 2 languages, and 562,000, according to the last census, speak Welsh, which is 19% of the total population of Wales. So even within Wales, we are a minority culture group. So they tell me that there are 750,000 Welsh speakers throughout the world. And 25,000 of those apparently live in Patagonia in Argentina, but I don't know, I think that's probably slightly exaggerated, but who knows. We're actually working in collaboration with National Theatre Wales at the moment, our sister company, on a production called 150, which celebrates the 150th anniversary of the establishment of the Welsh settlement in Patagonia, which is this year. Of course, we're a Celtic language. So in terms of Celtic language and in terms of cross-border collaboration or international collaborations, we've been working recently with a Breton theatre company called Theatre Pipa, who are based in Brest, in Brittany. Unfortunately, that is one partner, so once again, finding 3 partners is really very tricky. It's actually very difficult to co-produce good theatre with one other company when you're actually trying to co-produce with 3 companies, not only 3 companies from your own country, but actually from 3 companies who represent 3 different cultures, who represent 3 different languages. It makes it that more difficult. And if I have a gripe with the European Culture Fund, it is that it asks for this 3-party collaboration, because actually that doesn't necessarily make good art, although it can do, of course. Again, our annual turnover this year is predicted is nearly £1.5 million pounds. That's 2 million euros. So we receive £1 million funding from the Arts Council of Wales. So as you can see, we are heavily dependent on public subsidy from our own government. And we produce about 4 to 6 productions every year, and the range of productions vary. We produce national tours that tour all around Wales. We don't have a theatre, we have a rehearsal room, we have staff, we have offices in Carmarthen, but no theatre to play in. So we rely on other theatres to tour our work too. We also create site-specific work, which is work created specifically for very particular sites all around Wales. And we create new drama, classic Welsh plays, Welsh texts adapted for stage, and translations of world classics. We do musical theatre and some community-based productions, as well as international tours. We toured internationally to the Taipei Arts Festival in 2012 with a language-based play in the Welsh language that played to very large audiences in Taipei, I'm glad to say. And it was interesting, actually, traveling to Taipei and coming across minority language issues there too. It was a play that actually dealt with a minority within a minority. It was a contemporary play about the Welsh gay scene in Cardiff. So we were talking about a gay minority of Welsh speakers, so minority within a minority, if you like. And that struck a chord with audiences in Taipei, which does have a very large gay community, but also in terms of minority languages. And it was interesting going to Taipei and talking to the Taiwanese people about the Taiwanese language. And how invisible in a way the Taiwanese language is, and it reminded me of the situation in Wales 50 years ago. So we produced, as I say, classic texts. We did a production of Shakespeare's The Tempest fairly recently, which was part of the 2012 cultural offering of the Olympics. We worked in association with the Royal Shakespeare Company. This was our play that toured to Taipei. One of our most successful recent productions in association with, or in co-production with Sherman Cumbridge, another Welsh, another company based in Wales. By the way, we are not the only Welsh language theatre group. There are other professional companies in Wales as well that produce theatre in the Welsh language. We are the National Theatre, and we are the company that receives the most funding, but there are other companies as well that produce theatre in the Welsh language. These are some of our recent productions. A site-specific work called a bont, which represents another key aspect of what we do, which is about fostering and developing a sense of national identity. A bont commemorated a significant moment in Welsh language history 50 years ago, when the first ever non-violent protest for Welsh language rights was conducted, when a group of students lay across a bridge in Aberystwyth to stop the traffic for the day, and that was sort of that kick-started the decades of language campaigning in Wales. Blodeuwedd is a site-specific work, a classic Welsh text that we performed on a mountain. It's actually based on a Welsh fairy tale of Blodeuwedd, the Woman of Flowers. We produced new work, Prif, the production with a clown. It was a new work by a prominent Welsh language playwright. And our recent production, which is currently on tour, is a Welsh translation for the first time ever of Ibsen's classic The Lady from the Sea. If you pop over to Wales tonight, you can see it in Aberystwyth. And it's on tour until the end of March, if you want to go over and see it. So this is just a minority language map of Europe, but this is my favorite one because this is sort of the top minority languages of Europe, and I just like to see Welsh written all over the British Isles there, which kind of makes me feel good. But I suppose in being 500,000, we are the top minority language in the UK. So that's it again. We are working together with Triata at the moment, actually, for a European Culture Fund application that we're hoping to put in 1st of October this year. We're working also in collaboration with the Saudi National Theatre on that production. But as I say, we're also working with PIBA, the Breton company, In relation to the international production that we're co-producing with people from Brittany, we are actually working also with a company from the University of Falmouth in Cornwall, which you could say is a different country, but actually according to European rules, obviously, or British ones for that matter, it's not another country. So even though that is a three-way collaboration, it doesn't qualify for the Culture Fund. But thank you very much, and let's take your questions. Yeah.
And we'll continue directly to Anne Krasniqi from Triater, Finland, the Netherlands, and she's a head of education there. And it's very interesting to sort of see how the artistic directors are very right in talking about the very content of the theatre that they're doing. And in the European Union level, talking about the structure of the money and how it goes. But there is a gap, obviously, and we have 30 minutes time to reach that gap, and let's do our best. Do we have any audience comments or questions at this point? Or two previous? If not,
Not working? Yeah, pose some questions.
meanwhile, Rob, I would love to hear your sort of initial thoughts on the first two. I mean, this is the reality that theatres are working with, but do you feel that the EU is actually helping the minorities and to reach one another and cooperate in an EU level?
Alex,
Yes. It is not easy to answer that question, and I do, of course, relate to what you are saying, that it is absolutely possible to have good quality theatre in one or two languages. That is true. Having heard that, the Creative Europe program, with a very limited budget, is about spreading culture from one country to as many as possible other countries in Europe. And that is indeed one of the limitations that we're facing. Personally, I'd love to be able to provide funding also for one-on-one cooperation projects. But as I just showed, we have 450 million for the culture program only, which means about 40 million for cooperation projects for all over Europe. And that's not just EU 28, but also the other 8 or 9 countries that I mentioned. I am afraid that in daily life we are facing these limitations, and then we have chosen for that reason to have a minimum according to the funding of 3 or 6 different countries. And that's the only reason why. It has nothing to do with the quality of the production.
Wonderful. Let's go onwards.
I hope so.
Yes, Anna, please.
I have a novelty. I'm 90 Tracy, and I can't show it. I can't see it myself. I'm from Triater, Frisian theatre company, and I'm not an artistic director, but I'm head of the educational department. Education is in our theatre company a very, very important thing, because you can make plays in Frisian and play it to children, to youth, to adults, but doing something on art education is very important to us. I show my next dia to myself. It's a dia of some plays we made. We play, I said, for children, for youth, for adults, and we play about 15 different pieces a year for the different groups, and with all the place I support in an educational program, not only for the children, also for the youth, and also for the adults. I make education in a way that lifelong learning and is very important, that you don't stop speaking Frisian when you're small. You're speaking Frisian all your life, and you want to be educated all your life. And I think that's very important. We, in all the educational programs I make to our shows, I use language as the start of it, and not only the Frisian language, but also the art language, because everybody has his own language he prefers to talk in. That's not only Frisian or Dutch or English, but also to dance or to draw or to paint or to make poems. And we think it's very important to tell people, small people, but big people as well, that you have to, art is the only thing and language is the second thing, that you have to combine those things. Last year I was in Riga, in Lapland, and we had a play for children there, and they asked me if we want to do a workshop to the children afterwards. And I said, it's okay, I will do that for the children, but I will do this for the parents as well. Because I think that combining small people to bigger people, language and art, is a nice thing to combine, and that was for Riga very new to do so. So I had those small children, bigger children, and adults were all hiding a bit because they thought it was very scary to communicate in that way with your children. But I think it's very important that you communication about language, about art, and your own art language, that's about generations. That's not only the small people you have to educate, but you have to educate everybody. We play in classrooms, and in classrooms we talk a lot about language, and not only language about learning the words, but learning to communicate, and learning about who you are, what your identity is about. That's one of the things we always want to tell, that language, minority language, is more than only the words you speak. I so pity that you can't see all the nice pictures I have here. We connect to a new group. The most difficult group for us to reach is always the youth, the younger people, because they think, oh, Frisian is very dull, something for old people, and you learn it at school for a few years. But we think it's especially very important to tell about that once lived in a place in Leeuwarden, around in Friesland, but also in Europe, makes you a citizen of the world, but you're always connected to your roots somewhere where you've had them. And it's very important to be aware of that. So we do a lot of projects with students at the moment to tell them about their roots as well. I teach teachers a lot, because what I think the best way we learn, our brain learns, is about stories. And we as theatre company are storytellers. We tell stories all the time. And our brains connect all the information the best in stories. So in the stories we tell about the place we come from, the place we live in, and the world, the path you are going to walk in your life. And knowing that where you're from and knowing where you're going to makes for your brain a very nice path to know who you are. what your identity is about. And only when you're aware of your identity, you can teach or want to learn a language. And that's what we tell young people by our theater work. There's the three things: the story you want to tell, the language you want to use, and imagination we have in a creative way to connect. And we do that in Friesland, we do that in Holland, we do that on several places in the world. But it's now what Arvid said, it's very difficult to find connection to partners and to make good productions. I know what you say, that you have to meet three companies, but it's very difficult because I think it's about quality. If you make art, it's not about the numbers, only the numbers that you have to have 50,000 people reached, but you have to reach them in quality. And to have quality, you need time, and you need a deep connection, and not only a connection. That's my point, and I leave all the beautiful pictures. I show you I will send you the place. Okay.
Thank you so much. And now please, Matilda from the Venus Theater in Helsinki. And thank you, Anna, for raising up the very important questions of first of all, audience engagement that Rob also introduced, also the identity and the actual practical difficulty of finding the three partners, which is a political need. Matilda.
Yes, I will stand. Even I don't have a PowerPoint presentation because I don't like to sit behind that. So yes, I represent the Virus Theater in Helsinki. It's a theater, quite small-sized theater, you could say, compared to an institution or a national theater. Producing theater in Swedish, in Finland. That's as simple as it is. It was established in '87, and since then has got, I would say, quite a good reputation on both language sides because of its maybe non-mainstream profile since the beginning. That also we who are now working at the theater try to maintain somehow. We have 11 people long-term employed. And we employed last year around 60 freelancers. The yearly turnover is normally under €1 million, but last year it was almost 1.4. So last year was a very good year for us. We get yearly funding from the state and from the city of Helsinki, and also from different foundations that are supporting the Swedish culture, among them, of course, the Swedish Cultural Fund. And the biggest challenge we have in Helsinki on a local level is to find enough audience for our performances, as the percentage of Swedish speakers in Helsinki is just, what I now read, is around the same as in the whole of Finland, so around 5% of 600,000 people. It's not so much, and we have to produce a lot of new plays all the time because we can only play them for 20 or 30 times, and that is financially a problem for us. We also do other things in order to overcome this. We tour in the regions where there are any kind of Swedish speakers. We text our performances nowadays quite a lot into both English and Finnish. And we do sometimes bilingual plays, and sometimes we do one version of a play also in Finnish in order to, all of this in order to also attract some Finnish-speaking audience, which is like getting to some kind of mantra. But what I would like to mention a little bit more is the international work that we now have been doing since 2013, actually, because The newsletter applied in 2012 for the last round of the Europe Culture Program, together with 11 other partners. So for us, it was a problem of abundance and not the other way around. We had 11 plus 2 very strong associated partners, of which one is from Russia. We were successful in the application, which is a 4-year project, and it was actually the first time that a big project that you were mentioning, was granted to Finland at all, because as a coordinator. So that was for us a big honor, of course, and a big responsibility. So we started the project, Meeting the Odyssey, an adventure beyond arts, myths, and everyday life in Europe. And we got, I think, it's around 1.2 million from this European fund. And the rest is from, the budget is double this, so the rest comes from the different partners. That's why we have so many, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to get all the self-financing that you need, which is 50%. And also here, the Swedish Cultural Foundation is one of the biggest from the Finnish side, together with the ministry. The project basically practically consists of 5 sailing tours in the Baltic and the Mediterranean seas, 4 productions, bigger productions, co-productions, are to be produced and toured, and around 20 different instant performances that we call them, that are more locally produced performances, will be created in each harbor. So last year we made the first tours, and if you are okay with this, let me show you the video. Yeah. The idea of the project is actually to remind us of the common European roots. So to link South and North Europe on a cultural, artistic, and historical level. But this is not showing. So yeah, maybe we will not see the video. I will continue, and maybe the video comes. For us, this project is not about minority issues in that sense. I mean, we are in this as a partner, as any of these partners, and it has given us a great opportunity and an interesting challenge. As a small theater in a minority role in Finland, it has given us publicity and also, I would say, a little bit of maybe respect from bigger institutions and somehow a role on an international level even. Because after you have managed one of these projects, you know how to manage it, so that's maybe it. I think for me, the fact that the grant was given to a small organization, be it minority language or not, that is important, because I have been involved also in social, the European Social Fund projects that mainly are given to institutions or bigger organizations. And many times, these institutions are those of a majority language. So maintaining this possibility of actually admitting the grants to smaller organizations, that also somehow supports this idea of a minority thing. Interesting view, but let's maybe. Okay.
As we have still 15 minutes.
Sorry.
Yeah. 15 minutes time for discussion. I suggest that when the coffee break starts, if someone wants to see the video and the material that I have, we can continue with the multimedia material afterwards. But thank you so much, Matilda, for.
I was not ready.
No.
I just have a few comments.
Around that, thank you.
Then, for us as a theater doing this kind of international work, the reason why we would do it is, of course, to have a broader perspective, not to allow us to look too much into our own problems or our own situation or our own very limited space, because sometimes that is the feeling you get in a minority context. So through this international work, we get a glimpse of other values, and we see that we are not the best, not the worst, and not the most fragile, but not the strongest either. And we are among artists, and that's it. So somehow the art becomes more universal, and that's one of the goals for us in this context. Thank you.
Thank you. It is an inspiring project in the sense that having 11 partners from different parts of Europe actually doing a co-partner, co-producing production is not happening that much still. So we have around 15 minutes of good discussion before going to coffee break, and I just shoot a number of questions very rapidly and give your initial responses and thoughts on that, and then we can continue on those topics throughout the day onwards. Thank you for all the presentations. And I feel that we need to take a quick step backwards on what is actually the EU's role in helping and funding culture, and what is the nations and the municipalities' role, and where is the space and the time when EU needs to stand in and hop in and help out. How do you see as directors of theatres? And then I would like to hear Rob's answer as well. Yes.
For me, I have two wishes. I came here to have two wishes to say. The one is, I mean, this Creative Europe program might be really good and all very interesting, but for us, for example, for the Finnish Cultural, which is also a small institution with only 15 employees, and working in a region where we are the majority in German speaking, but in the Latin country we are the minority. It is to have this Creative Europe program on the one hand, but on the other hand, to have funds with are flexible, short-term, and open programs where you can apply also from year to year, but in a short-term also dimension, I would say. Because, I mean, for example, I get my public funding every year from the province. I don't know what I have in 3 years from my total budget turnover. So I think for us minority theatres, it would be one thing to have also flexible system and short-term funding. And the other thing is to have more also a networking instrument, putting us together, like really in an institutional way, putting us also together, all theatres or let's say cultural production centers who have interest to work together on minority issues. Because some of the content, also if it's another language, the content are more or less the same. And this is the second thing that I wanted to have a stronger networking assistance from the EU in putting us together. Not so much maybe money, but also to have some non-bureaucratic ways to meet each other, like here, like it is possible maybe in other.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would really welcome more opportunities to come together as those who represent minority cultures and share best practice and to work together moving forward. And I have been to some gatherings of minority culture representatives, and the issues are very similar. Even though every minority has its own very particular issues, obviously, it's very idiosyncratic also realm, but we have a lot in common, and we can have a lot that we can share. and to have opportunities on a European level would be very useful in that sense. And I just say on language as well, one of the things that we're very keen to share with other European partners who work in minority languages, what's very difficult in terms of theatre, which is very generally quite text-based, and being part of the UK, obviously where the majority of the theatre that tours internationally is in the English language. Having something that's not in the English language doesn't seem to appeal beyond the UK so much. But one of the ways that we're trying to communicate our productions with other cultures is by means of audio translation as opposed to text translation, where the audience gets an audio cue or a synopsis via mobile phone. We've recently had some funding from an institution called Nesta to develop a new mobile phone app called Sibrwd, which in Welsh means whisper, where the audience bring their own smartphones to the audience and they get a translation that's triggered live in the auditorium of the performance as it's happening. Because one of the issues that we have, of course, with theatre with text in theatre is you spend most of the time reading rather than engaging with the actors' performances. You might as well sit at home and read the play rather than look at the screen to the side or above the stage. So using this audio way of communicating our productions to the audience is something that we're developing.
Thank you. There's the whole question of technology and innovations throughout the EU and how can they be spread for all the institutions in different countries. Any other comments on the European Union part in cultural politics for minorities?
Yes, well, I would say, maybe I already mentioned it, but for me, the thing would not be, I don't know if I would look at you or you, but still, would not be to have this kind of street theaters or other organizations that are using a minority language in any different way than the majority languages from a European point of view when it comes to these kind of cultural funds, because I mean, when we applied for this, I would never have thought, oh, why would they give us this? We are only speaking Swedish. It was not the issue at all. The art and the collaboration in itself was the issue. But then, of course, I guess that from a European perspective, to encourage this diversity within each country is very important and continues to be. Maybe also putting some funding for this kind of exactly the technology. We are using not text here, we are using text in the people's own mobile phones, or we are lending the equipment to them at the theater. For us, texting works best. But this is a tool where we have difficulties in finding the funding for this kind of thing, and still it eats quite a lot. Now we are thinking we will do our own app, and we have our own guy who's doing it for us. So these kind of solutions are very important from a minority perspective. But from getting into international collaboration, I think there is this paradox of actually leaving your language and your minority identity behind you when you are swimming into an international context, a European context, or whatever, because it is no longer as important, and you're just one of many languages or nationalities, and it's kind of safe and good somehow. I feel comfortable in that, but also, of course, it makes it creates kind of a strange strain within the organization. Maybe not on an individual level, but within the organization, because if your main goal is to promote the Swedish language in Finland, and then you go international and kind of that goal vanishes at the same time, then what are you working for? But still it is important. So in between, we are. Yeah.
It's very interesting, Matilda, that you brought up the question of not having positive discrimination on language issue, and at the same time, Arvo bringing up the question that institutions working with minority languages have specific challenges and that are common to all the institutions, and EU might be able to step in and help on that. But Rob seems quite eager to have a few words around these topics, so please do.
Yes, absolutely. Quite a lot of questions for me to answer in a relatively short time. But I'd like to go in first. First of all, into the issue, like, do not feel like a minority. Feel like one of the many in a group that wants to share experience, share culture, and then it doesn't matter in what language we do that. This does not mean, of course, that there are not technical issues to overcome or practical issues. And I like your suggestion of trying to look more into audio translation and to find funds for that. And I think that we will be able to provide funds for exactly these type of issues. In the cooperation project scheme, I just mentioned in my presentation that we look at 5 conditions, and you should fulfill at least 1 or 2 of them. And one of these 5 conditions is the changing environment and digitization, a combination of that. And you could use that. You could use the digitization aspect of our funding scheme to ask for funding together with some other minority groups to develop an app like this. And I'm pretty sure that you will have a good chance, provided that your proposal will be of good quality. But this is exactly what we are aiming at with these kind of funds. In the beginning, the first colleague asked for some fast track solutions for funding. Well, that puts me in a rather awkward position because we're talking EU here. and these are things that I'm facing every day. I must be honest and admit that there really is such a thing as a fast track solution in Brussels. The shortest window we're looking at is next year because we have to develop certain calls for proposals, and there, of course, we could take into consideration certain suggestions that you bring up here today, or maybe send me later by email. And of course, we will take them aboard and see if we can accommodate. But that's the shortest window that I'm talking about. We're talking about a 7-year program with 1 midterm review, and that's it. We're talking about 3 institutions being involved, the Commission preparing and in the final stage executing, and in between the whole legislative process in which all the member states of parliament are involved. So no matter how much I would like to see that we would be able to provide such a thing in these times of checks and balances in Europe, and member states being right on top of us and checking our budget 10 times over how we're spending our money, I'm afraid it will be difficult to come up with such a solution. Having said that, I would like to stress again that there is a difference and also an approach between the national approach towards culture and the European approach. What we are doing is mainly funding this cross-border transnational cooperation. Perhaps for these kind of things, these types of funding, it would be better to look at either national funds or EU regional funds. Perhaps that's a solution that's in our program. I believe it's not easy.
The topic is if the EU programs for funding culture does take into consideration the minorities issue. Do you follow up on how is money funded? I mean, is it given equally to different regional areas, different language areas? Do you see how it is actually given?
Yes, we can see how the money in the end is spent, of course, but we do not divide the money per region, per language area, per minority whatsoever. We're not allowed to. The only thing that we look at is quality. And there again, it doesn't matter what language you're speaking. If you come up with a good quality product proposal, you are most probably in. But we do not beforehand already spend money on this minority language or that topic, or so we don't do that.
We are at about the end of our time, but if there were some audience questions or notes, I would be happy to have those now. Please, gentlemen, back to check it.
David European Language Policy Network. We're an NGO. We have 44, representing 44 languages in 18 states, about 75 organisations from west of Ireland to the Urals. I find it a bit, it's interesting with from the Commission to hear about the literary translation project, and to hear all about it, and it's all very interesting, but then to hear we can't actually apply for it. It seems a bit ludicrous to hear about this. And we've been following this up now for about 8 years, about why does it continue not to have official languages. When you take things like Breton, this was a written language when French was still emerging from the mud. We take languages like Welsh, this was written down when English was still emerging from the mud. These are old parts of European heritage, you know, it's everyone's heritage. You have ancient Greek and Latin, but why don't you have Welsh, now you're saying like Catalan? It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, how can you stand there and talk about you respect linguistic cultural diversity when you're excluding all these languages? I mean, I know, you know, it's not, you know, the European Commission sort of is guided by member states. But you can't seriously carry on in 2015 like this, excluding these languages, if you believe in linguistic diversity. So that's my question.
I'm sorry. First of all, I do understand what you're saying. Let that be clear. But having said that, I mean, you've already given the answer yourself. It's the member state thing. This is the only answer I can give, unfortunately. In the end, it's the member states designing the Creative Europe program. And we only make suggestions on the basis of what we have heard beforehand from all stakeholders and member states, but also organizations like yours. But in the end, it's the member states in council who decide on these kind of things. And probably for the same reasons that they do not acknowledge certain languages, minority languages, as national languages, they do not accept these languages being part of this scheme. That's unfortunately the only answer I can give to this question.
If I could just add one thing, I completely agree with Rob, because I work for the Commission, and you do what your hierarchy says, otherwise you wouldn't be here. But apart from the member state, there's one other institution to blame, and that's the institution we're in, the European Parliament. There's hundreds of examples where the Commission has put in the project proposal all languages, linguistic diversity, and then it comes to the European Parliament where we're sitting, and the European Parliament takes it out. It comes to the Culture and Education Committee, and they take it out and they limit it to the 24 official languages. So I think the Council is to blame, the Member States, but also the European Parliament.
Gentlemen, I'm positive that this discussion is far from ended, and that it's something that will continue now on. We have a schedule to follow up, so I'm afraid we'll tie it up. And I would like to thank all the panelists and Rob for coming in and having the discussion, and we'll continue on the coffee break.
One practical thing, the coffee is served just outside, and we start in about half an hour, a bit later. Our next speaker, Yahya Hassan, has been stuck in Copenhagen due to a strike, due to an airline strike. So we're trying to establish a Skype with Copenhagen, but not just noticing how the technique works in the bottom. I can't promise too much, but we try our best.
How are you? I'm fine.
Jag följde mig kvar. Bra. Jag följde mig kvar.
Ja, alltså det är Mia. Ja, så det är säkert bra. Are you thinking about it? Yes. Ja, jag ska säga att Mia.
Também valoriamo per parlare di cavolo, non so che ma scivo subsidiati, sì, per l'anno, ma mi sono però nel comune di Miscello, nel state comune c'è.
Sì, ma we don't talk.
Ma come vedete?
Vi har en tekniker som kostar finns ja, minus is bäst.
Alltså det funkar ju, det är så svårt så det
And since you already have since we had an interview there, on the roadmap for so we I'll be there. So I cannot tell him. Do you need this?
Yeah, but
Because you want to come in with me.
no.
I didn't know if you because they knew
try to limit the number of
from then on, yeah. First thing I did, 17. Big workshops, we have schedules for you.
Ja,
nou ja, ik vind het niet zo.
Ja, ja.
En we hebben programma's van op, met keuzes in
Ja.
en een hele dingen. Maar ik heb het wel hier.
Ja, oh, leuk. Ja, we hadden er examen. Maar ik moet best op een gegeven moment is het inderdaad fysieke mensen op.
Ja,
Dat was dus de kosten het ook.
De van Holland, de kwam hotel. Ze hebben een logo, de kwam fontein. Maar
en met allemaal meisjes net uit de minst.
ja, wat ik
maar dat is hetzelfde eigenlijk van dat orkater dan wel het theater. En dat is toch nou ja, hier nauwelijks. Ik bedoel, we doen wel wat dingen. We zitten wel in programma's. Bijvoorbeeld, ik ga nou met cel eten. Maar ik kom al de tien. Ik ga ontzettend veel taal maken. Er is kunst en taal en schrift. En dat is dat combineren. En wat ik nog in het curriculum van school was. Nou, ik denk dat is toch samen een cadeautje zo.
En hij is op de zeker dat je niet tekenen. Maar ja, zo'n keer is gewoon een beeld. En dan een idee.
Nee, daarom dat we even stikken. Dat is
en er is 18 maanden hoe is mij en toen is niet voor maar niet een keer morgen 5 uur in de en dan moest het maar niet.
Alltså det som jag säkert ja, det vill säga att det var bra.
Okei, nyt pidetään tuo puolella. Kiitos.
Eli nyt jos
teillä on nyt täällä suomenkielisenä.
Minä olen suomenkielisen.
Tämä on hieno, kun sä puhua suomea. Selittää. Joo, siis on huomattavaa. Vanha on se sama. Se voi olla noin.
No ihan joo. Sitten jos se on tämä tulee, niin sitten se joo. Ei, se on taas. Se taas pomppas sieltä, joo. Sitten kun menee ohi. Sitten myös se. Steella, joo, nimenomaan. Muut pitää Suomessa. Joo. Laajennettu. Joo, niin se on. Steella on se.
Joo. No niin, pidetään tuo. Hyvä. Mutta tämä ottaa sut niin kuin...
Se 30 000. Joo.
Vähän niin kuin silleen häviää siellä. Voidaan paikkaa siis.
No, täällä voi olla.
Joo. Mutta sitten se valkoinen voisi laittaa, niin onko se semmoinen, mikä on syynä, miksi nämä ei toimi?
Se johtuu, kun se
todennäköisesti,
kun se johtuu siitä, että jos on liian monta aukiusaikaa.
Ahaa.
Se on limit.
Niitä myös käydään jo auki.
Tämähän onkin nyt
ihmeellistä. Det är 5 med den här lösningen.
Joo.
Som sagt, det kan vara 5 minuter, det kan vara 10 minuter, men nu är liksom det ger den här konstnärens synvinkel. Och kanske det blir liksom...
Men det var det fel.
Ja. Och då blir det liksom fel för honom också på något sätt att vi har honom med på något hörn här, han är liksom bara knippunkt.
Joo. Mä voin yhden lisätä näitä.
Ja.
Kato, kun noin lasketaan mikrofoni, niin kuin tuolta auki. 1, 2, 3. Ja sitten pressa voi olla, mutta se voi olla aina auki.
Joo.
Eli mä voin niin laittaa 1 ja 4 minkkiä tuolla
samalla. Joo. No kiva, joo.
Mutta itse asiassa aikausverhe on niin. Mä oon pystyttävä pärjäämistä.
No sit pärjätään.
Pitäisi olla tällaisia Windows-yhteensopivia, että on aina kun laittaa pöydänne kiinni ja ilma toimii. Se ei aina ole.
Aivan nyt olet avaamaan.
Joo, se on ihan nyt se.
En huomannutkaan.
Menikö teillä monta esitystä nyt pilalle sitten tämän takia?
3.
Oi. Soititteko te heti vai?
Soitettiin heti ja siellä sanottiin, että we are busy, ei tulla. Harri kävi videoita ja sitten teksti, mitä me katsottiin tuossa. Sitten oli se
Ei, no se on tuo.
Onhan hyvänä hampaisen piirka, mä laitan vaan. Tuonne mä laitan.
Joo.
Joo. No niin, kiitos. Sinä olet huomannut.
Joo.
Haluan, niin vaikka tulee työsentää sellaista niin kuin functionia. Säännöllisesti järjestelmän huomana syytetään kaikkien pieneen. Jotenkin se on aina hassua. Täällä on ensimmäinen kerta.
Joo, se on, mä en ymmärrä. Joskus minulla on prioriteetti, että jos on tuusta, se on hyvin.
Joo.
Sitten on tietysti omat
Joo.
siteet ja aivan.
Joo. Joo. Joo.
Ei mitään, joo.
Koitetaan pärjätä.
Oh, Professor. Oh, morning. You know him? Yeah, yeah.
Yes. All those things, you can see them equally expressed. First, is codes. They think it's told.
I can talk to my phone already. Yes.
I don't have a nice speaking Polish. I say, I'm here, it's up to the next step is how fast that's what we try to sell.
Antagligen, jag har inte testat den. Det är från första mars. Man ska kunna ladda ner tidningen 22 timmar före avtalet när man checkar in. Ja. Det funkar ingen annan. Jag kom via Arlanda från basen igår. Det bara finns Aftonbladet, Expressen och nej.
Framtiden det här. Det är på grund av SAS nu att vårt följande talare. Ja, men det är SAS som är SAS. Ja, det var något som inte.
No? Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will start the afternoon session. Unfortunately, Yahya Hassan, due to a cabin staff strike at Scandinavian Airline System, cannot make it from Copenhagen here, and we cannot have a Skype link with him. But we continue with the program. We have another famous writer instead, Philip Teir, who originally was supposed to interview Yahya Hassan, and he can tell a bit about Yahya Hassan and about himself and how it is to be a writer writing about a minority culture and writing sometimes in a minority language in the country they're in. But can I also, we are waiting for an interpreter to interpret from Italian. We will have an intervention in Italian. I hope he turns up, otherwise I'll do that as well, apart from jogging and doing cartwheels and selling popcorn. We start, can I ask the following to come up to the panel, and also the moderator of the panel, Mrs. Alexandra Büchler, who's a director in Literature Across Frontiers, Marie-José Olaziregi, Language and Universities Area Director at Etxepare Basque Institute, Mr. Kirmen Uribe, Mrs. Angelica Salvisberg, who's Head of Literature and Society, Pro Helvetia. I forgot to say that Mr. Kirmen Uribe is also a famous writer. And then we have Mr. Alberto Nessi, an Italian writer, and then Mrs. Mari Colli, a director at Schildt & Söderströms, a publishing house, the biggest publishing house, Swedish publishing house in Finland, and Mr. Philip Teir, who's been the cultural editor at the biggest daily newspaper in Finland, Hufvudstadsbladet, and also a writer. And I'll start by giving the floor to you, but if all of you who I mentioned could come up and take your seats at the panel. This is the last session, and after that we'll have a discussion, and after that we will wrap up. But while we wait for the interpreter to arrive, you can take your seats. And if I ask Philip to stand here with me, I'll give the microphone to him. I think I can already do that that way we save time, and you can tell more about yourself and about literature and minority languages and about being a writer and the difficulties you also face with funding possibilities and new funding. Okay.
Yeah. It's funny that you said that I'm just as famous as Yahya Hassan. I think my first collection of poetry sold maybe 300 copies, and Yahya Hassan's first collection of poetry sold 100,000 copies. So I would say that he wins. But of course, we don't talk about sales in literature because that's sort of not considered so important. We talk about language equality and experience and the experience of the art. But I would say that in Yahya Hassan's case, I'm really sad he's not here with us, even by link, because I really wanted to talk to him about these issues today. He feels like he's really right now in the center of the discussions we are having right now in Europe about freedom of speech, about representing minorities. And this thing that he sold 100,000 copies of this book, which is a self-titled book, Yahya Hassan. He was 18 when it was published, and he became an overnight sensation in Denmark. I think that it's quite extraordinary for a book of poems, and I read that there hasn't been since the 1970s book of poems that has sold as much. In the 70s, there was a movement for political poetry, and that was read by a lot of people. And since then, poetry has been sort of highbrow, and now there is boom of Danish poetry again, which is really interesting. The thing that I sort of wanted to talk to him about, which I think is very important and sort of is in the core of, for us writers writing about minority experiences, is the question of representation. When his book came out, in the beginning, or in his book, throughout the book, he portrays a young man, a boy who is raised in a Muslim community by an abusive father. And this book sparked debate in Denmark, obviously. Can he portray the minority this way? Should he maybe portray it in a nicer way? does he have the responsibility for the way he portrays the Muslim minority? There was a Swedish critic who wrote about this book when it came out in Sweden, who was very clear on this issue. She wrote in Aftonbladet that he is responsible for what he writes, and he actually the Muslim community doesn't have a voice today in literature, so he shouldn't portray it this way. It's doing it harm. And I think Yahya Hassan's answer would be that he just writes poems and he writes about his experiences and he doesn't have that responsibility. And as we all know, this is a question that's been debated a lot the last couple of weeks. I mean, with the attacks in Copenhagen, immediately after that, Yahya Hassan, he's been under police protection the last couple of years, or last year, and now they raised the protection. And I was wondering about that this morning. How could he even come in here because of the security that was here today? I think he would probably be considered as some sort of a threat. His situation. So those were some of the questions. And I don't think his family has a Palestinian background. He's born in Denmark. And I don't think that I'm a Swedish-speaking Finn myself, that there are maybe very many things that we have in common in terms of the experiences that we are writing about. But then when I didn't think that, but when I read his book, I actually immediately on the second page I saw something that I was like, aha, this is exactly something that I can relate to. And I wanted to actually read a poem of his because I thought that then we would have his presence here. And I'm sorry, I'm going to read it in Swedish, but I will explain it a little bit afterwards, and it's just about 2 minutes long. So, and then we can continue on to the panel because I don't think I want to talk for Yahya Hassan. I think he should speak for himself. So this poem is called Barndom in Swedish, and it's in English that's childhood. 5 barn på rad och en pappa med en påk. Fler gråteri och en pöl med piss. Vi sträcker växelvis fram en hand för förutsägbarhetens skull. Det där ljudet när slaget träffar, syster som hoppar så snabbt från den ena foten till den andra. Pisset är som ett vattenfall längs hennes ben. Först den ena handen fram, sen den andra. Tar det för lång tid träffar slagen godtyckligt. Ett slag, ett skrik, en siffra, 30 eller 40, ibland 50. Och ett sista slag i röven på väg ut genom dörren. Han tar bror om axlarna, äter upp honom, fortsätter med att slå och räkna. Jag tittar ner och väntar på min tur. Mamma krossar tallrikar i uppgången, samtidigt som Al Jazeera TV transmitterar. Hyperaktiva bulldozrar och förbittrade kroppsdelar, Gazaremsan i solsken. Flaggor som bränns och om en sionist inte erkänner vår existens. Om vi överhuvudtaget existerar, när vi flyttar skräcken och smärtan, när vi chippar efter andra eller meningen. I skolan får vi inte prata arabiska, hemma får vi inte prata danska. Ett slag, ett skrik, en siffra. So in the last lines of this poem, he writes that in school we can't speak Arabic, and at home we can't speak Danish. And I got a flashback to when I was in school and our recess we weren't allowed to speak Finnish because there was this fight that if we speak Finnish in school, then the majority language will sort of take over, and so we have to speak we have to speak Swedish, our minority language. And this is of course very different experience, but the same thing of course is I think the thing that I can relate to is the whole idea of living in a sort of bilingual world and writing about that world. And sort of in this book there's a lot of Arabic words and a lot of phrases that he takes from his family, and that's something that I also dealt with in my books because I come from a bilingual family. My mother is Finnish, my father is Swedish, and when I write in Swedish, but then I'm thinking the dialogue in Finnish, so it's a little bit schizophrenic. But the thing that I think is really interesting is that question about representation and how should one represent one's minority. We here at the EU Parliament, and we I think the idea here is that we want to paint a positive picture of our own minority. We want to sort of show that we are strong and we can fight for our rights, but as a writer you don't, those issues are maybe not so interesting because then you start not writing fiction but actually writing politics. And as a writer you're more interested in the complexities of things and maybe about also the ugly side of things, which Hassan is very much interested in. He writes about identity, but also about the notions of his identity. I mean, you can say that this is it's an autobiographical book, but it's not that simple because he also sort of plays with the conceptions that people have of a young Palestinian poet who should write in a certain way. So he writes in bad Danish on purpose because that's how he's supposed to write when he's a young Palestinian poet. And those kinds of things are things that we, as artists maybe, we don't want to take the simple route. And that's what it definitely doesn't do. And I think, so these topics are the things I wanted to ask him about, and unfortunately I can't do that, but maybe we can talk about it here. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. We continue with the next panel, which is translation of literature. What is the situation like in Europe? And I start by giving the floor to the moderator, Mrs. Alexandra Büchler, who's Director of Literature Across Frontiers.
What I'd like to do is do a very short presentation of LAF, Literature Across Frontiers, basically taking you around our website, which will be the easiest way of telling you very briefly what we do, and then I'll address some of the issues that Inga asked me to address as moderator. This is my timekeeping device. And, I'll start by saying that Literature Across Frontiers was set up in Okay, is this better? I'll start by saying that Literature Across Frontiers was set up in the year 2000, so it's been around for quite a while, and it developed with support from Europe, from the predecessor of Creative Europe program, the culture program of the European Union. It actually developed as a project, and we encountered numerous problems with that, and this really relates to the Creative Europe program and how it works. I won't go into details, maybe we can address that later, but it would be enough to say that I think we were probably definitely the only literary project that received 3 successive grants. And we had, in the last round, we had close to 40 partners. I think we broke several records, and it was very difficult to work like that, but I think it brought enormous results, and it certainly brought a lot of European added value. And one of the things we really started with, and this is related to where we are based. We are a European literary platform, but we are based in Wales, on the very edges of Europe, and in Aberystwyth at the university, or quite unorthodox. And we have been working with a number of countries, a number of organizations, partners, writers, publishers, book fairs, festivals, etc. Now, our starting point, and many of you have probably heard of the Mercator network. We are actually based at the Mercator Institute in Wales. So our starting point was really sensitivity to bilingualism, multilingualism, and the challenges that writers and publishers in minority languages face. Now, our take on this was that really there is not a huge difference when you kind of look at it closely between the problems faced by writers writing in a very small language with a small number of speakers, like Latvian or Estonian or Maltese or Icelandic, and the differences faced by, the difficulties faced by minority language writers. I'll get back to that later, but I just wanted to stress this. I'll take you very briefly through the website, and I hope you will revisit it and have a good look at what we do. You will find out what we do about us, about the people who work with us and who we work with, the writers. We have a news and features section. We have an event section, which actually lists this seminar. It also lists our next event in China. There's a description of our activities, projects, etc. Quite importantly, we also engaged in research, and I think this is probably why I was asked to come here, because we're expected to have an overview of the translation scene. And again, I'll say a few words about that, but you can actually go to this, sorry, sometimes I want to master somebody else's computer, but you can actually go to our research and download some reports, and I will refer to several of them, but they will give you some information about the statistics, translation statistics. We do translation workshops, which are actually very important for minority language writers, because what we do is we work with translators as well, but we work with writers who are also translators or who have an interest in translation. And this is enormously important for minority language writers, because obviously one of the biggest challenges is that there are not enough translators who can translate their work into a number of languages, into all the languages of Europe. So we have developed a model of bringing together writers who are also translators, who translate each other's work, but they may also choose to translate the work of a famous classic from a particular country. Really what we do with these workshops is that we create an environment where writers and translators can meet, share ideas, share each other's work, and produce translations. We usually connect this with a festival, so they can actually go and then at the end of the week, these workshops are residential, they usually last a week. They can present what they have done. Sometimes they may create a whole performance, because these workshops deal more with poetry than with fiction. Sometimes we have short fiction writers, but obviously you can't do this sort of thing with a novel. And at the same time, poetry being a really non-commercial genre, I think it deserves special attention, and I was really it was wonderful to hear about the 100,000 copies sold of a poetry collection. It's really unusual. And finally, we publish an online review transcript, which is in 3 languages. We find this quite challenging to actually do it in 3 languages, and we're always having these discussions: should we maybe just, do it with English? But then we have persevered. So this is really it in a nutshell. I'll see if I can go back, and I hope you will come to our website. I hope you will download some of these interesting reports, which have a lot of numbers and statistics in them. And I will actually continue sitting there.
Thank you very much, Angelika. While we walk back to the panel, let me tell you that Mr. Alberto Nessi's intervention will be in Italian, so use the headphones when it's his turn that you have in front of you, and it's channel 2. You can on the 2 arrows you can press and go down or up to different channels. So channel number 2 when Mr. Nessi speaks, unless you speak or understand Italian, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll continue from here. And when Mia invited me, and I would like to very much thank her and the Swedish Cultural Foundation of Finland for organizing this seminar. Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's difficult. Okay. When she invited me, she asked me to give a kind of overview, a presentation of what the situation is like in terms of translation. I would like to do more than that. I think that looking only at translation statistics actually is not terribly helpful. It may give us some idea of what's going on, but translation statistics are extremely, or any statistics are very slippery. They can be used and presented in different ways. So I'll just say a few words about this. We all know that minority languages and literatures in them face problems in terms of being translated. This is something that relates to the fact that there may not be enough translators. This is related to the fact that, for instance, Europe does not support their translation. There's not enough support. It may be that the country, and this is where I think the subsidiarity principle is really problematic. It is there, we have to live with it, but it really amounts to endorsement of infringement of human rights. The right to culture, the right to language, the right to education in mother tongue, you name it. There are countries participating in the culture program, like Turkey, where we have worked a lot. We have worked both with Turkish writers and with Kurdish writers. Kurdish writers, there's a very rich literary life, which is completely hidden. When Turkey was the guest of honor, the market focus, it has a more commercial name in London at the London Book Fair, not a single Kurdish writer or publisher was invited. And what we did, we actually invited an Armenian publisher and a Kurdish publisher and a Kurdish novelist who is considered very important. He's quite young, he's very talented. He's also a translator who has translated major classics from English and Spanish into Kurdish. Nobody knows about him. It was the first time in his life, and he's 30 years old, that he traveled abroad. And he actually had to get a passport. Since then he's traveled, he traveled again. But this is just a little example of the small ways in which we work, which then have quite a huge impact. But the impact is not quantifiable often. And I think this is another problem with looking to figures to give us all the answers. Statistics can give us an indication. The numbers of audiences or readers can give us an indication, but then what do we make of the fact that I was recently presenting some very major Polish poets who actually said, I know, each of them said, I know I have only about 500 readers in Poland. And they are translated into other languages, so that may increase their readership. But Kirman here, whom I've known since he was wearing the metaphorical short trousers. He was a very, very young writer. Kirman sells, 4,000 copies in Basque and even more in in Spanish translation. So you have, you have these discrepancies which actually can tell us something, but then we need to really analyze them and examine them very carefully and draw conclusions. So very briefly, what I can say about translation is that, of course, we have all these problems. We have the problem of dominance of English as a source language. We did quite a big survey analysis of index translational figures, which you can find the report on our website, and that shows that English as a source language in literary translation only amounts to over 60% in about half of the countries in the EU, etc., etc. We all know that its figures are shocking, and they're even more shocking when you then look at English as a target language, with its 3%. Now, nobody really knew exactly whether the 3% is a correct figure or not. We actually, because nobody was counting, so we took it upon ourselves to get data from the British Library, and we're now analyzing them and providing statistics for Britain, because nobody had ever done it before on translations published. When we actually examined the statistics, we concluded, again, something that's probably a well-known fact, that Catalan is the most translated language amongst the minority languages. It is a language spoken by some 10 million people. So, again, the proportion of the whole volume of literary activity, of course, is bigger. So, how do we compare that with Basque or Galician or Frisian? So this is where I think, yes, it's helpful to have statistics, but then if we see a high figure of translations from Albanian, actually, if we go closer, we will realize that they're all of one author, Ismail Kadare, etc., etc. So it's really not terribly helpful, and we need to look really more at the core of what we're dealing with, the core of cultural activities, what we can do to support writers in their development, what we can do to support them to be translated, and to be part of the international scene or the European scene. And I think this is really what we have been focusing on. From a political point of view, obviously we're talking about rights. It's a question of rights. The right of an author to expression in their own language, the right of readers and audiences to access works of art or literature in their language or in the language of a minority, from a cultural or a region whose culture they share, and right to inclusion in national representation. And this is what my Basque colleagues will maybe talk about, and this is what we have experienced, that if you present a Welsh language writer somewhere abroad as a Welsh writer from Wales, nobody bats an eyelid. If you do the same with a Basque writer or a Catalan or Galician writer, you immediately have the Spanish embassy descending on you with an official complaint. This has been our experience in book fairs, in festivals. And this really should not be happening in the 21st century. It shouldn't be happening that somebody from the Ramon Institute tells you we are not allowed to attend unique meetings. This is no longer the case, as I understand. So, we have improvements happening, but it's a hard battle. And I think really this is where we need to get together, and we need to compare notes. We need to lobby together. I think this is the important point. So, as I said, we have been making an effort to include actually minority language writers in amongst European writers. We present them, whether we're working with a festival in Europe, we basically try to kind of sensitize, if you like, programmers to the fact that there are all these writers who they may have not heard of for various reasons, and these are the structural barriers that I mentioned earlier. And we really try to include them on an equal basis. I have 2 minutes, and I would like to read a few statements from young minority language writers on the opportunities they receive through LAF's work. And I will start with a Catalan writer who says, Bel Olid is her name. She is actually at this moment becoming the president of the Catalan Writers Association. She was until now the president of the of SAML. She's also a translator of the Council of European Council of Literary Translators Associations. And she says one thing about privilege is you only think about it when you don't have it. Living in a state run mostly by Spanish speakers, you get used to not being included. And then she goes on to talk about how she was shortlisted for the European Union Prize for Literature, but she knew from the beginning that because the jury is Spanish-speaking and they don't read Catalan, she really can't win because she can't, because they won't be able to read her book. So this is one example. She then, goes on to talk about the opportunities she was actually given through participating in our projects. There's a Frisian writer who says, I've taken part in a number of festivals around the world. His name is Cear Dunia. He's a fantastic also performer. He's a translator and editor, and who operates, in 2 languages. He says the ones that LAF was involved with have been the most memorable and most rewarding. And you are selected to actually take part for what you write, how you write, not for who you are or being a minority language writer. LAF has provided my poetry with a passport and a wider audience. There's a Welsh writer who is a writer, translator, and edits a magazine in Welsh, Taliesin. Her name is Sian David, and she says, as the co-editor of Taliesin, the Welsh Language Literary Review, for the last 6 years, I can say that we've published something that has a connection to Lush's work in some way on average in every issue. And then she says, through LAF's work, barriers dissolve, and their work allows this Welsh review to be an international review. So that's really what we're trying to do, sort of break out of the constraints and give equal opportunities to writers and also to publishers. I could talk at length about that, but I'll stop here. And the speakers have been introduced, so I think I'll just start by inviting Marie-José Olaziregui and Kirmen Urfia to speak.
Well, Arratsalde on, as we say in Basque, good afternoon. We are really delighted and pleased for this invitation, so thank you, the Swedish Cultural Foundation, for organizing this, and thank you, Mia, for your wonderful work, okay? So, I think sometimes when we deal with the minority literatures and multilingualism and diversity, we forget that we are beyond sharing the joy of this diversity and the joy of reading literature, no matter if it's written in a minority or minor language or a major one. So what we are going to do now, Kirmen Uribe, the past writer, and me, myself, is to share our time. We have 10 minutes. So I will give some very brief data about Basque language and Basque translation trends, and then you will enjoy the literature. I mean, the passion of listening or reading to a proper writer, okay? So thank you again. Every language should be able to build a framework in which to grow without being overshadowed by the dominant literary establishment's language production. Having said that, we could remember what former European multilingual commissioner Andrea Vassiliou said. The day when Europe ceases to speak all of its many languages, it is the day that Europe as an idea, as a project, ceases to exist. I have to say that as the director for the promotion and diffusion of the Basque language at the Etxepare Basque Institute, a public body created by the Basque government in 2008 to promote Basque language and culture internationally, Basque is co-official in the Peninsular Basque Country, in Spain, since 1982. And thanks to language policies in the Basque Country as a whole, there are at present 318,000 more Basque speakers than 30 years ago. Some 200,000 through the educational system. At present, I think that the estimations are that there are 1 million Basque speakers in the world. It means that nowadays there are more Basque speakers than ever, and that the greatest levels of bilinguals, 73%, are to be found among those aged under 25. When it comes to Basque literature, I have to say that nowadays Basque literature is experiencing its best moment. Our literary system is very active and lively. Around 1,400 new titles are published in Basque every year, and 20% of them are translations. The amazing quality of universal literary works translated into Basque should be noted, and the image of the Basque translator as a professional participant in culture has emerged. Note, for example, the leading role that the translator has assumed as a character in contemporary Basque fiction about the Basque conflict. The question is, are grants to translate literary works in minority literatures enough to make them visible and full members of the World Republic of Letters? The answer is no. Minority literature systems are weak, extremely weak, and structural support is needed to strengthen their infrastructure and to professionalize their staff. That's a problem that hegemonic languages don't have, and that demands from our part support when dealing with international cooperation, networking, exchange, crucial strategies when promoting minority literatures. I have to say that our institution, the Etxepare Basque Institute, has the joy, or has had the chance to be an associate member of UNIC Brussels, and that for us is an amazing opportunity to work together with them, and we are extremely pleased for that. We have been working with LAB since I don't know how many years, and it has been really, really a very profitable experience for us. An average of 22 literary works annually are awarded grants for translation from Basque literature into other languages by the Etxepare Basque Institute. And more than 500 literary works have been translated until now. A good example of the actual moment that Basque literature is living is the writer I have here with me today. His name is Kirmen Uribe, and he's a good example of the vitality of our literature. His literary works, both in poetry and fiction, have been awarded many prizes, not only in Basque Country, but in Spain as a whole. And I have to mention that his career began in 2001, and until now, some of his literary pieces, like the novel Bilbao, New York, Bilbao, has been translated into 14 languages, or a poetry book that Alexander mentioned that was published in 2001. The title is in Basque, Bitartean heldu eskutik, that translated into English would be Meanwhile, Take My Hand. That book has been translated into 6 languages. And it's true, the first printing, the first edition was sold out at the Durango Book Fair. 4,000 copies in 4 days. That means that past literature is very, is experiencing a good moment. So I think that you should be the one who speaks about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Jose. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I'm really glad to be here with you. I'm really pleased to be here. And I would like to read you a couple of pages that I wrote about our meeting today. Because I think I'm a better writer than a speaker. So, opening spaces to freedom. Recently, I was invited to write a prologue to the translation into Spanish of Virginia Woolf's A Room of One's Own, made by Julio Cortázar. I was amazed. I thought at first that it would be better if a woman could write it. So I told it to the editor. She replied, no. I want you to write the prologue from your masculinity and as an author of a small language. Rereading after many years Virginia Woolf's book, there are two things that caught my attention. First, its actuality. Women still do not have their own space. This is obvious. Second, its modernity. Woolf is able to raise her thoughts in a very literary, elaborate, and original way, even with a sense of humor, without ever falling into the simplistic narrative. Virginia Woolf does not expose her ideas directly. The text is not in any way an exhibition of secure certainties and strong opinions. It's quite the opposite. Woolf tells the 2 days before the reading of the conference about having her own space, how she is preparing. It is not an impassioned speech about what to do to improve the situation that would do, I suspect, most of the male writers. For Woolf, it is the reader who must draw his or her own conclusions. However, Woolf, in my opinion, goes further, because A Room of One's Own is much more than an accurate diagnosis. Not only because of the very new way of narrating, so literary, so open, that makes the text absolutely modern and actual. With her book, Woolf gives voice not only to women, but to all individuals and communities that at some point have felt excluded and without voice. She opens the windows to freedom. In this sense, I think that the minority literatures are interested in these two aspects. One, they speak about long silent realities, and second, they do it differently, raising new forms of narration, new ways of writing, postmodern or even postmodern. The writer Claudio Magris claims that the traditions of order, multilingual traditions, can provide interesting insights compared to the great traditions, perhaps more conservative. To do this, we must overcome particularity, seeking the common with other cultures. I was in Estonia in a workshop organized by LAF, and we made a public reading in 6 European languages. At the end, a naturalist who was in the audience said that for him we were like 6 species of different birds singing. The language is as a living being. We must take care of it, take active measures to preserve it. As in the field of ecology or in the claim for civil rights, let things happen without taking measures is, in fact, acting against them. Not only that, we have to use the language, enjoy the day, give it the dignity and the presence it deserves. The Basque language is not only a good of the Basques, but it belongs to all of you, Europeans. Diversity and its preservation concerns to all of us. Let me tell you a story. I did not have a name during the first months of my life. I was born in the 70s, and my mother went to the court to register me. The secretary asked for my name. Kirmen, my mother said. The secretary said that it wasn't a name. It's not a name. Why do not name your son Jose Maria or something like that, like everyone else? My mother said that I was Kirmen, and she did not stop trying until she registered my name properly. She went every week to the court, but they gave her a negative answer. If you make him Kirmen Maria, once said the secretary, it will be easier to admit the name if you add something in Spanish. In the end, or at the end, the secretary gave up, and this is how my name is now, Kirmen, and only Kirmen. The anecdote illustrates the difficult situation the Basque language lived in a time, and how much progress has been made in these 30 years. Gone are the days when we were looking for purity and difference. The literature that is written in Basque today is of a high quality and contemporary, comparable to any other tradition. I think we are living a particular golden age with different generations of good authors writing at the same time. But sometimes I feel fear. I think maybe this is all a part of a dream which can disappear. There was a golden age during the 15th century in Valencia, written in Catalan. The book Tirano Blanc is just one example of it. Unfortunately, all was lost. Also, the history of Basque literature has been intermittent, always conditioned by historical vicissitudes. Will our dream be vanished? In part, it depends on ourselves and on the support we receive from you all. Let's continue opening spaces to freedom. Thank you.
I think the best thing will be if we just continue with the presentations, and then we'll open the floor. Thank you, Kelly.
So first of all, I would like to thank you, Mia, and her organization for having us here, me and Alberto, coming from a non-European country. We are particularly honored and pleased to be amongst you and share those issues we do have in common with all of you. The issue of multilingualism and cultural diversity. Well, I am working for the Swiss Arts Council, which is, we are mandated by the government, are fully financed by the government, as so many arts councils do. We do have the mandate of enabling and fostering a cultural exchange between the 4 linguistic regions which Switzerland consists of. And we have, secondly, the mandate of promoting Swiss culture and Swiss arts abroad.
So those two issues are the most important for us. As you maybe know, Switzerland is a small country with around 8 million of inhabitants, and we do have 4 national languages, officially recognized languages, which are German, French, Italian, and Greco-Romansh. So Switzerland has now lasted for quite a while without sharing one language, without sharing a religion. So this language is not really the nucleus of what Switzerland consists of. It must be something different. And maybe it is an idea of an understanding of the political rights, of freedoms, and also a deep conviction of federalistic structures. Maybe you could even say that this anti-centralistic affect is sticking us all together. This could be well, it's quite paradoxical, but I think there is something in it which is true. But how does it really work in Switzerland, without saying that it is always working very well? But because the cliché which consists of that every Swiss would speak 2, 3, even 4 languages, unfortunately, is not true at all. In best cases, we maybe speak 2 languages quite well, maybe a 3rd one, yeah. And so where is it? This real, this being being a multilingual nationality. Where exactly is it based? It is based on the governmental level, but not so much on the local and regional level, because in this federal understanding of Switzerland, there is also a principle that we call the principle of territoriality, so that every political entity can choose which languages are taught in school, in which language the courses are taking place, and in which languages you can communicate with local and regional authorities. So this is up to the local and regional authorities to decide. And the right to speak in all 4 languages, you do have it once you get in dialogue with the federal level of the political system. So this, at the end, there is quite a sensitive equilibrium of languages on a very narrow geographical room. And this equilibrium is in danger today, I have to say. You can see that in a very strong discussion which is held now about which language has to be taught at school. Has it to be still as it was up to now? Is the first language you learn, is it first foreign language you learn, is it a language of the country or is it English? So yes, you can see there is it has a very strong political impact, of course, this question, and it is held with a lot of emotion. But and the decision is not taken yet. So maybe another approach, how it has been working for quite a while. Switzerland has been establishing in 1848 its modern constitution, and therein the multilingualism of Switzerland is part of this constitution. So you can see the understanding of ourselves as a multilingual nation is quite crucial to Swiss identity, even though we don't speak those other languages. But it is part of the Swiss identity. Many other nations have been built around a language, and this was not the case for Switzerland. So how has it been working for quite a while? Maybe one approach is that it is commonly said that it does work well when majorities are generous to their minorities for their own sake, not giving some small amounts to their minorities, but being generous to them and being even more generous than give them more than what they would deserve if you were politically correct, if you would give them what they could get calculating the number of speakers. That's not the way it has been working in Switzerland. Well, so much about the background, a little bit about the ideas behind of this construct Switzerland. But how about the facts? So the fact is that we have quite a strong majority of German-speaking people in Switzerland. 66% of people are speaking German. 23% are speaking French. And as my colleague Alberto here, 8% of the Swiss people are speaking Italian. And then there is a little minority with 0.6% speaking Romansh. Romansh is a variety of, is a Latin language, a variety of the Roman version of a Latin development. So what does this all mean for literature and for book business? Maybe in general, I can say that for every author, he can theoretically choose where he wants to publish. Does he want to publish in a Swiss publishing house or in a publishing house in the respective foreign country? For example, for a German writing author in Switzerland, he theoretically can publish in Germany or in Austria or in Switzerland. He has the three opportunities, but this is only in theory. Practically seen, it is usually the case that somebody, when starting his or her career, publishes in Switzerland with small public, where there are many small publishing houses, mid-sized publishing houses, and when becoming more successful, they would try to get a German or an Austrian publishing house with more marketing impact, with stronger economic power, of course. And this for the Swiss publishers is a pretty difficult situation. So they bring up talents, and they, once they are successful, they lose them to their German or Austrian publishing colleagues. And it's the same thing for French writing authors, and maybe also for Italian writing authors. But it's not the case for the minority of the Romansh-speaking community. They do not have this backland, if I may say so. They don't have another nation whom to share the language with. So it was our foundation. We have decided that together with local authorities from there, we would fund a professional publishing house, because so far the Romansh publishing, the Romansh writing authors, they were depending on a semi-professional infrastructure to publish, and we wanted to help them to get professional conditions to bring out their literary treasures. And so this publishing house has been existing now for about 5 years and is helping to give them professional conditions and to have a wider audience. But we wouldn't do so in other linguistic regions, since there the market is more or less working in the German, French, or Italian-speaking part of Switzerland. The publishing landscape does have the same difficulties as any other publishing landscape, but it does exist. When it comes to our institution, let's say how our institution is working on the national level, and of course we have to be able to get requests from all languages, from authors and publishing houses from all 4 languages. This is quite a challenge for our institutions. We have to have experts in every language, and we do have to have quite strong contacts also to the local players in every linguistic region. And I think this is maybe one of the, not secrets, but things which are important to a national institution, is to have really strong connections with the local players, with the regional players, to be able to really judge projects which came in from those sometimes distant parts of the country. Even though Switzerland is a small country, this Romansh part of Switzerland seems quite distant when you are situated in Zurich, for example. So we are having quite a lot of costs and also infrastructure, because we want really to cope with that issue of being able to be to judge projects and incoming requests from all over the country. And therefore, the translation issue, of course, is one of the crucial ones for us, for our foundation. Whenever there is a request, a valuable request for translation amongst the Swiss languages, then we, of course, support it. We will also support it if the request does not come from a Swiss publishing house, but also from a German, French, or Italian publishing house, for example, because we just aim to open up the public for our Swiss writers, never mind whether they are published in one of the country's publishing houses or abroad. What counts is to open up to give them more audience. And maybe one last thing that I would like to say is that we have to be particularly attentive to local structures, and local structures in the sense of really getting to know how is culture disseminated in the region of the minorities. To have this knowledge is really crucial also to big institutions, may they be on the national level of a small country like Switzerland, or maybe also on the even higher level such as this is. Yes, this is what I would like to say. On my left side, I'm Alberto Messi, who will speak in one of our national languages to you, in Italian, and having rather the perspective of an author writing in one of these minority languages, if I may say so.
Buonasera. Innanzitutto ringrazio gli organizzatori di avermi concesso il privilegio di avere un traduttore dall'italiano in inglese. Sono nato e cresciuto nel cuore dell'Europa. Se alzo la testa dai miei colli, vedo in lontananza da una parte le cime del Monte Rosa, dall'altra il Pirellone di Milano. Ma il mio paese non vuole sapere dell'Europa. Ha paura di perdere la sua identità. Il mio paese ha paura. Eppure la Svizzera ha un'identità molteplice, un po' tedesca, un po' francese, un po' italiana, un po' latina, più europea, così si può. Ma io qui sono presente un po' come un extra europeo. Sono sempre vissuto a 2 passi dalla frontiera con l'Italia. Una ricchezza per me, che mi ha vaccinato contro il nazionalismo. Accanto alla casa dove abito, oggi sono passati fuggiaschi e fuggitivi, e disperati, vittime delle guerre mondiali e delle persecuzioni razziali. Non sono passati quegli ebrei che la Svizzera ha respinto durante gli anni 40, che sono finiti nei campi di sterminio. Mi si chiede di parlare oggi della posizione dello scrittore di lingua italiana in Svizzera, una lingua minoritaria ma in buona salute, accanto al romancio che invece vive una situazione molto più calda, e pure intensa forse. Su una popolazione di circa 8 milioni di abitanti siamo poco più di 300.000, come un quartiere di Milano, ma abbiamo una radio con 3 reti, una televisione con 2 canali e una televisione privata, anche quindi siamo molto forniti con una sedia, e alcuni settimanali e quotidiani e settimanali. Nonostante questo, siamo circonfusi di un'area esotica, perché in Europa molti si meravigliano ancora che in Svizzera si parli anche italiano. Ma direi che ce la capiamo bene, perché è piccolo e bello. E la maggioranza svizzero-tedesca ci ama, perché diamo loro un tocco di calore del sud, e anche perché dal loro inconscio talvolta emerge la colpa di averci guardati un po' paternalisticamente nell'epoca dei pagliacci, un po' come il padrone guarda i poveracci. Per la precisione ce la capiamo un po' bene e un po' male. La maggioranza di lingua tedesca ci tiene in considerazione più dei cinesi. I cinesi sono gli abitanti del Cattolicino. Al punto che in certi casi i nostri libri vengono pubblicati prima a Zurigo, in traduzione tedesca, che nel luogo dove sono nati. Ciò è capitato per due dei nostri migliori scrittori, Plinio Martini e Anna Feller, ed è capitato anche a me con il mio primo libro di narrativa. Dunque, in letteratura ce la capiamo bene. Nella misura in cui abbiamo la possibilità di essere considerati, tradotti e di metterci in discussione, di confrontarci con la letteratura francese e tedesca, alla quale fanno capo le altre regioni linguistiche. Ciò ci permette di sprovincializzarci, di assorbire linfe vitali che vengono da fuori. Ma nel contempo ce la capiamo male, perché l'Italia, alla quale apparteniamo letterariamente, ci ignora con la sua disattenzione e con la sua scarsità di lettori. Non dobbiamo dimenticare che in Italia più del 50%, quasi 60%, non legge un libro all'anno. La situazione è molto drammatica, di emergenza. Insomma. Guardano tutte le televisioni, basta. Cioè, più del 60%, più del 50% non legge un libro all'anno. Quindi guarda un po' se leggono i cinesi. Non vorrei fare la solita lagna dello scrittore frustrato, ma bisogna pur dire la verità: per essere letti in Italia bisogna pubblicare in Italia. Se uno di noi pubblica nella Svizzera italiana, con le grigioni italiano, nel Ticino con le grigioni italiano, difficilmente sarà distribuito oltre frontiere, anche se ha qualità letteraria. E pubblicare senza essere letti è come danzare al buio. Quindi gli scrittori svizzeri italiani che pubblicano in Ticino o a Poschiavo sono chiusi in un recinto, con il pericolo già denunciato a suo tempo per il Galles, il Wells, da Dylan Thomas, che diceva: attenzione a non essere giganti all'ombra del campanile e pigmei al sole del mondo. Si scongiura questo pericolo guardando in faccia il sole, senza però farsi accecare. Il sole che splende nelle letterature non solo europee, di tutti i tempi. E si scongiura il pericolo anche stando alla larga per chi scimmiotta le mode e si sdilinquisce davanti alle trovate del mercato, confondendo il neon con il sole, fenomeno che avviene spesso, incoraggiato dai mass media. Ma qui si tocca un tasto dolente: la qualità letteraria. Oggi il mercato in area italofona è dominato dai best seller, dalla letteratura di intrattenimento, dagli autori già conosciuti, spesso per ragioni extraletterarie. I poeti e gli scrittori che puntano sullo stile sono emarginati. Grazie.
I am aware we are running out of time, and I think it was extremely optimistic to ask each country with 2 speakers to take only 10 minutes. So we will have some time for questions, but probably not as much as we would have wanted. But anyway, thank you very much. And sorry to push you like this.
Good afternoon, all of you. I promise to try to be short. But I wanted to start by, like Angelica, by thanking Svenska Kulturfonden for being here today, because I lived in Brussels in the 1990s for 3 years with my family, and it feels great to be here today. Well, it's a long time ago. And nowadays, I work as CEO and publishing director at Schilds and Söderströms, a mid-sized publishing house, publishing literature and educational literature in Swedish in Finland. As we heard previously, 5.2% of the population in Finland speaks Swedish or are bilingual. And so we are talking about approximately 300,000 persons speaking Swedish in Finland. And of these 300,000, some of them are really old people, some of them are really young people, not buying, not reading books themselves, not yet or anymore, including people who have never read a single book during their life, not to talk about buying books. So from a publisher's point of view, we are talking about a really small market, but an important market. So we publish in average 50 titles annually. Everything from poetry and for children and juveniles to fiction and non-fiction. And our most well-known author internationally is Tove Jansson, whose children books about the Moonies, but also her adult fiction has been translated into more than 45 languages. There are an impressive amount of independent publishers publishing books in Swedish in Finland, but they are really modest publishing houses ruled by 1 or 2 persons, publishing 1 up to 5 or maximum 10 titles. So Schilds and Söderströms is today the publishing house publishing books in Swedish in Finland. So this means that the responsibility of the well-being, the richness, and the future of the Swedish literature in Finland lies on our shoulders. Our main concern today is not the richness, the quality, or the vitality of our literature, nor the internationalization of our authors, because they are doing actually quite well. It's the economics of our business back in Finland. We are struggling to survive because of the small market. Because there is a paradox nowadays from the publisher's point of view, at least, because lying in fact that the Finland-Swedish or the Swedish literature in Finland has never done this well in history. And now I'm not talking only as a proud publisher. You can measure this in different ways. The quality and richness in genres today is impressive. You can talk about domestic and international prizes and nominations. You can talk about the amount of translation rights. Finland was the guest of honor in Frankfurt at the Frankfurt Book Fair last year, where I met Angelica and Marie. Of the authors translated into German during last year, 28% have original written in Swedish. I mean, if you compare with the amount of our small minority, it's really impressive, and Philip is one of the authors of this 28%. But at the same time, it seems business-wise almost impossible to keep up this wonderful and rich literature. If I talk in purely economical terms, and that is something I have to do, unfortunately, as a publisher, as a private CEO at a private company, even though Philip said earlier that to talk about selling is not important for a publisher. It's really in the center of our existence to sell books to find readers, even though I understand what you meant earlier. Well, it's not only a minority problem if this book selling, depressive numbers in book selling, the trend is like this all over Scandinavia and in Europe. The book selling numbers are decreasing steadily, and it's really worrisome. But it hurts especially for minority culture. It feels more strong. We have no funding, with the exception for I mean, we are a private company. It's very difficult to
to get funding as a private company. But there is a grant for printing costs for printing books in minority languages, and we are very grateful for that, but it's not really, it's not enough. 5 minutes. So it's your turn, Philip.
I can pick up on what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks from me to. It's wonderful to be in a room full of people who actually want to listen to minority issues. Usually, you have the feeling that when you talk about these issues in Finland, you feel like people just think that, oh, okay, now they're complaining again. Those self-indulgent people who always want to talk about their identity. But here we are, and everybody has the same questions that we talk about. It's really, really great actually to be here and listen to you and hear that we share the same experiences. Just briefly about myself. I worked as a journalist for a long time and published my first book in 2007, which was a book of poetry, and it was released in the Schilds and Söderströms, and I think it sold about 300, 400 copies or something, and it was really the feeling of, there's this saying in Finnish Swedish literature world, we talk about the narrow room, which is like you have a feeling that this literary world is really narrow and you can't break out of the room. And that's probably the same for an Italian, Swiss author who publishes in the Swiss context, but doesn't get out of that context. And that's I guess something that a lot of Finnish Swedish authors feel, especially in the beginning of their career, if it doesn't take off and they're really lucky or somebody translates them, but then you have the feeling that the only people who read are the other Finnish Swedes, and you can't get the attention of Sweden, which is a big country in the West, and then you have the Finnish world. I mean, the majority of people who they never hear about you. But it's sort of like a glass half empty, half full thing, because at the same time, I felt my second book was translated to Finnish, and then my third book, which came out 2 years ago, which was a novel, was published also by a Swedish publishing house. And suddenly I could sort of have the privilege of having Finland and Sweden as my countries. So from a really, really small context to a context that is actually maybe even better than for a person who is only Finnish or is only Swedish. I could have two countries. So it's a thing that can be also a blessing in disguise to be a minority, especially if you're a minority that actually is you have the sort of mother country, like we have, for example, in Sweden. And so we don't have to be concerned about Swedish language dying. We know that the Swedish language is thriving in the West, and also as a minority writer, you have all these language issues that I know that you probably the same things that is, for example, for an Italian in Switzerland. I mean, the question of deciding, am I going to try to write Swedish that sounds like the Swedish that they speak in Sweden, or should I write the Swedish that I actually talk and we actually talk at home, or with and the written Swedish is not so different. The written Swedish in Finland is pretty similar to the written Swedish in Sweden, but it's still, there's some small things, and you always wonder, am I making myself smaller when I use the majority Swedish, and all these questions that arise. And at the same time, I was at this seminar of minority writers in New York. I wasn't in the panel. I was just in the audience listening, and there was a Russian author from the Ukraine, and there was a Catalan author, and then there was a French Canadian author, And they all said the same things, that they actually are not so interested in writing about minority issues. They want to write about love and death and marriage and things that we are all concerned about. And of course, I could hear what they were saying, and I feel the same way. I'm not thinking when I sit down and write a book, well, now I'm going to write about the issues of being a minority writer. But on the other hand, it sort of seeps into the pages immediately, because if you write about love and death and marriage or whatever, if you're not going to jump out of your own skin completely, like I had a colleague who's from Sweden, and he wrote a book about a Canadian family, completely Canadian family. I mean, that's possible, but if you're going to start from the point where you're standing yourself, you still very quickly you start to write about identity and language identity, even without deciding to do so. And with my latest book, I really didn't think it was a book about being a Swedish Finn, but from the Finnish perspective, the majority readers, and the journalists who questioned me about the book, they always wanted to hear about this thing. So it's hard to get, it's hard to escape it. Yes, and there was actually one thing I wanted to say here, and it's in the lines of what Mari was saying. You know, you sit at EU Parliament, and there's people who actually can grant money. Sometimes I feel like you know, that the people who can grant money are not the people who are going to write my books, and writing books is a much bigger problem. And especially for, I think authors have it's easier for authors because it's not expensive to write. It's not the same way as if you have a theater company. But at the same time, something that really concerns me as a writer, that the EU actually can do something about, is the question of these publishing houses, newspapers, all these structures that we have that are crumbling right now. And as a minority author, right now it doesn't feel like I can't publish my books, that I don't have a publishing house, but we can see from the struggle of the newspapers that literary criticism is dying in Finland, and especially literary criticism in Swedish in Finland. So if I publish a book, or my colleagues publish a book, if you could, a couple of years ago, you could expect maybe even 10 reviews. Now you maybe get 1 or 2, because the newspapers are dying. And of course that affects the whole critical and cultural discussion and the whole structure of the building that we've had. So I would say that, and also we used to rely on newspapers for debate. Where did we debate these things? It was in our newspapers, and now we still debate them on social media, but there's nothing gathering debate, and it's really hard to know where it's really, there's nothing. It's really hard to sort of to record that debate. It just goes in there and then it goes out. There's no funding for saving Facebook comments or anything like that. And I just see that the most vital things right now is people discussing these things are on social media. And what happens to that debate in 10 years? Nobody can go back and read that. And at the same time, the newspapers are, like, we've had a lot of regional newspapers who are now put together, and we only have 1 or 2. And that is very concerning. And that is something that I think that probably the EU can think about. How can we look at the structure of the publishing houses and the newspapers? How can we help them? And how can we see that there is actually a place where this kind of social debate can be done? Thank you.
Thank
you very much, all of you, and I feel terrible, constantly referring to the little time we have. But I think this has been a really fascinating series of presentations and reflections, which touched on a number of issues, and really at issues which are at the core of what we're looking at, the issue of multilingualism or bilingualism as an inseparable part of our identity, the fact that we're dealing with culture, which is a very fragile ecosystem, as Kirman pointed out. I will remember the extra Europeo, the multilingual European. And really, multilingualism is a basic feature of Europe. I mean, we have to constantly remember that. But at the same time, we are dealing with support structures which somehow, we have to be talking, for instance, about culture in terms of creative industries, as someone pointed out before. Really, creative industries was Dostoevsky part of the creative industries, as I could paraphrase Mikhail Bulgakov. Creative industries, to me, in a very large part, actually consist of entertainment industries. We don't deal with entertainment, we deal with culture. There may be an overlap. Obviously, we all like to be entertained, but we also live in a time of, in an age of the kind of soundbite, as you pointed out. We are actually forced by our funders to constantly tweet, be on Facebook, and sometimes I'm sick of it because it's a very superficial discussion. It's very ephemeral, and as you said, the criticism is just disappearing. So these are the essential problems. How do we deal with them? I don't know whether anyone would like to comment from the speakers, or if there is a very pressing question from the audience, or a comment from the audience. You're most welcome.
I have a small comment when it comes to translation of rights selling minority literature internationally. I think we are quite good at that, not only Shields and Söderström. There are a lot of agents working for our authors also. And the point, I think it was Alexandra, when you began something that I thought about. There might be a difference in, or I don't know if there's a difference in the ways we sell international rights, but we seldom sell Finland Swedish literature as minority literature. We sell it as a wonderful literature, good books. We are selling good books about big themes in life, interesting for everyone. We are not going the minority way, and that seems to work well.
I mean, sorry, just a brief comment, okay? Sorry, I apologize. Of course, I think we all sell good literature, and we are here because we think that what we have in different languages is really worth it, and we are talking about world-class literature. The problem is that when you approach a market, and when your languages are really like Basque, in my case, or in the case of Kirman, minority language and minorized language has nothing to do with languages that they have spoken in the States, or is the problem of the quotas. I mean, you go to a book fair, things shouldn't work like this, but you have always the feeling that when you are approaching a publisher, international publisher, this is a quota. I mean, okay, let's publish a Basque writer, but okay, with that we have the Basque issue or the Basque theme, we have the Basque representative, that's all. And is usually that's very dangerous for us, because at the end we should be speaking about literary pieces, literary works, concrete books. But at the end, you realize that the publisher, and the international publisher, wants, okay, someone probably good, who can speak English or another language, and who is willing to travel. I mean, so we have all the problems. It's the market problem. And when you come from a very small language who has not any market beyond the Basque Country borders, because that's our reality. I mean, he can't sell his books in Basque beyond the Basque Country borders. I mean, his potential market is the one made of 1 million speakers in the world. So translation issue for us is something crucial, essential, and vital. Because if we are not translated, I mean, they are not going to be known and read. I don't know if you want to add something.
Thank you. My name is Dick Fraser, and I'm, among other things, a translator, not a literature translator. But I come from Finland, so I represent 2 minority languages, Finnish and Swedish. My mother tongue is Swedish. Just background, what I'm going to say, I want to say. I think that we who want to spread minority language literature must concentrate on translating them. Because, in my opinion, language communicates culture. Language is a means of communication, first and foremost. Secondly, it creates a culture. Now, if we have a literature in a certain language, we need to spread it. And in that way, we also spread the culture. If we can't spread the culture, nobody will be interested in the minority language, except for those who speak. So, I think that part of the education system should concentrate on fishing out people who understand languages. Some do very well, and some don't at all. And create a profession that is establish a strong profession that is, how do you say it, appreciated and paid. Well, that's what we're talking about. We don't need that for English, we don't need it for French, we don't need it for German, really, because their markets are so big, and Spain is also. These languages, they can take care of themselves. We have to take care of our languages, and that we can do. That culture that we represent with our languages, that we can do by educating proper translators. Thank you.
I would like to respond to this by saying that, of course, the status and working conditions of literary translators are a big issue, which SATL that I mentioned earlier, the European Council of Literary Translators Associations has been dealing with. They actually produced a report, which I think has just been updated or being updated, which actually looked at the working conditions and the payment of translators across Europe. And the outcomes are really, the findings were quite shocking. Basically, literary translators, and this is where literary translators, earn less than cleaners and so on. These are the major findings. But again, how do you deal with this? How many writers who, are serious writers can actually live off their writing? How many literary translators can do that without translating entertainment, without translating bestsellers? That's really the issue. We keep coming back to the kind of tyranny of the market. Yes.
Just a quick reply. I think writers should also, writers should also, writers should try to learn other languages, because they have something to give. And secondly, my comment as a reader is that there is nothing worse than reading a bad translation. So we know what we have to do.
A short comment. I think it's a big problem what Alexandra Villa about the, say, salaries and conditions for literary translators. And DG Translation has a very good study on that called The Status of the Translator's Profession, where the lack of certification and the lack of labeling in Europe makes it difficult for translators. It's a distorted market, and this study is certainly worth reading, and I hope the Commission also takes it into account in its in creating a common labeling for translators. Because, like Mr. Fraser said, I think that's the problem. We need translation in order to reach out. If there are only 1 million Basque speakers, we need translation, or say 600,000 Welsh speakers or 500,000 Frisian speakers. They have to be translators, otherwise we don't reach beyond these native speakers. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with my neighbor, but I'm afraid that the market dictates. I mean, without readers, it's very difficult for minority languages to sell. I mean, when there were more readers who would buy the books, there would be no problem. I've got no solution.
Yeah, maybe just add a little thing. I completely agree on what you said about the status of the translators. And but when it comes to what you said about trying to spread a minority literature, this is one approach. I think just as good is the approach of trying to convince the majority that they do have the right to get to know the literary treasures of the minority, to turn it this way around instead of trying to convince the other way around. At least it is worthwhile to try both. And maybe it's a little bit less usual to do it the other way around. So working on the majority and telling them you're missing something when you're not able to know, in translation of course, the literary treasures that are coexisting in your country. And I think this asks institutions like ours also to convince, for example, our own juries to give up the conviction that the size of a linguistic community has proportion to how talent is spread. Artistic talent is not spread democratically just as a matter of the number of the speakers. It can be completely in a different proportion. And we have to convince our juries to give up, even if they wouldn't agree that they think this. I think they sometimes still do. They have to give up this thinking that the artistic potential of a linguistic community has something to do with its size. It doesn't.
It's difficult sometimes because I have always the feeling when you attend a meeting like this or a conference that only speakers of a minority language or literature are interested in other minority or minor or minorized literatures. That's my honest opinion. And especially, usually there's a kind of ideology, below that or behind that. We need that
is that the ideology of a dominant language. I mean, the feeling that, okay, there's a minority literature there, a minority community, but everything can be translated into a big language. So when it happens and you are lucky, I mean, they don't realize that they are losing something, that not everything can be translated. And that's one important issue too. And the other one is that when you look at the facts of the institutions of publishers that are interested in other minority literatures, you see that always there, you know, I don't know if you agree, Alexandra, but all the minority institutions. I mean, I can say that the last translations from Basque into other languages, well, there was some into English, there was a few, a little into French, but into Bulgarian, Slovenian, you know.
Even though the English translation is published by a Welsh publisher.
That was a Welsh publisher. So you see the trends, and you see who is interested. There was a Catalan publisher. I mean, and you see that it's evident. I mean, it's the one who is interested in all the communities is a member of a minority community, minority language community.
But I think we shouldn't knock the appreciation of a small readership or of a readership of a small country. I think really this is, you know, it actually can be, you can get a much more enriching experience, both for the audience, for the readers, and for the author from an encounter like that. So, you know, but it doesn't solve the economic, the problem of economics. Yeah. And this is where we get back to the issue of public support and subsidies, which are really necessary for translation. Simply, you know, because translation makes the whole exercise of publishing a book more expensive. So, yeah. Another thing I wanted to say is that actually speaking about the whole infrastructure of particular country's publishing industry and literary sector. What I've noticed, a kind of new development is the appearance of agents who represent smaller languages, and you have Elina Albrecht in Finland with whom I'm in touch. About some of the writers she represents, and by the way, Tobe is going with us to China. And so I think this has been an important development, that you have actually literary agents who represent authors and, you know, take care of the promotion and selling of rights. And I can see, because I received the newsletter of this particular agency, how many rights they sell actually. And it's something that the FILI, the institution which promotes the literatures of Finland, actually can't do. They can't sell rights, they can do the promotion. And then you need that complementary entity, which is the agent. Yeah.
It's actually a paradox or a sort of mixed feeling the last couple of years, because some of the agents that have now made names of themselves, they're former publishers who have seen that this is not going to work, so we need to do something new. And they jumped from the publishing houses and started their agencies. We see this in Sweden, we see this in Finland. And for the authors like myself, it seems to be a good thing in the short term, at least, because I just feel like with my colleagues in my own age in Sweden and in Finland, people seem to be translated more than before. And this Frankfurt in Finland had something to do with it, because now in Finland, if we had 2011, I think it was like 330 translated works from Finnish or Swedish. We had like 620 last year, so it's almost doubled. But that has to do with the Frankfurt Book Fair. But still, I think that just like Mari said, it feels like the Finnish-Swedish literature and maybe even the Finnish literature is more read internationally than ever before, and it has something to do also with Sophie Oksanen's success, because she opened the door for all of us. but at the same time, very worried about how the industry looks and people not buying books anymore, not reading as much as before. The decline in Finland has been about 20% the last 5 years of books sold. So it's pretty much.
Actually, can I ask about your experience with e-books and digital publishing?
I think money is the right person.
Well, the short answer is that there isn't really a big market in Finland yet. So we have been waiting for several years, but nothing is happening. One explanation is that VAT that is 24% compared with the printed books that is 10%. So.
It's a question from the audience.
Yeah.
Yes. My name is Tina Hempel. I'm from the Swedish Cultural Institute, and we've been talking about this difficulty in translation of these minority languages. But in here, I see it's not only a problem for minorities in Europe, it's also a problem for languages like French. In Denmark, I'm studying French and communication, and I can just see how the group of people studying Spanish, French, Italian, the big European languages, the group is getting smaller and smaller. And it seems like from the Danish government and the public era, it seems like it's not, people think it's not important to study these languages. So it's like we lose the big European languages, and we even need people to translate from French to Danish if you want to have French books in Denmark and all the other countries. I see it's a bigger problem than a minority language problem, and maybe we can use that to maybe work together, not only talking about the minority group, but talk to the other European languages and how can we do to change this opinion about languages.
Yeah, it's the same in the Netherlands. It's almost impossible to buy a French book in the Netherlands. German, well, there are. English, of course, but French is very difficult. So I agree with you.
Yeah, it seems like the only important language gets to be English, and that's a big cultural loss for Europe and for the world, I guess.
Well, but what I want to say on this subject is that I mentioned the very high percentage of books translated from English into basically all languages, and in some languages the percentage is as high as 70%. And that's for literature. I'm not saying literary translation, because obviously when we look at what's being translated, 99% of it will be, bestsellers, will be books that do not belong in the, in the category we are talking about. Whereas that doesn't happen with the other languages. You rarely have a translation of a I mean, there has been, for instance, there has been the phenomenon, for instance, of the Nordic noir, which has actually resulted in quite a high level of translations from Nordic languages, or Nordic crime writing. And some of it is very good, and books tell you something about society. So it's, I'm not completely dismissing this, but it's not the same as the massive volume of translations of, American blockbusters, unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess we have to round up. Thank you very much, Mrs. Alexander Wickler and the whole panel for your contribution. I think as a conclusion, you have to write in English in order to sell. And you have to write detective stories. Those are the things that sell. Crime stories and
it's
English.
not funny.
No, it's, we can, before I give the final word or the conclusion to Alois Patel, I can ask if there's still any general comments on the seminar, and maybe first give the floor also to Miriam Priest-Jones from the Network for Promotion of Linguistic Diversity. You can very, very briefly tell about the network and especially what you can do for artists, for theaters, authors, small publishing houses, not like Routledge or Mondadori or Axel Springer, because they manage anyway in small languages. So if you want to say a couple of words, yeah, you can use this microphone.
Thank you, Johan. I'm still waiting for my microphone. Thank you for the opportunity just to say a few words. I have the pleasure of being the CEO of a network called Network to Promote Linguistic Diversity at European level. Our members stretch from Finland, Falkland in the north, to the government of Galicia, to the north of Italy, to Ireland, to Wales. We include most of the languages of Western Europe who are slightly different. So that's the network itself. In terms of, maybe I just should say a few words of thanks to Swedish Cultural Foundation for arranging this conference and for doing so every year, because I think it's a very important contribution to the debate on minority language issues. Obviously, today we talked about arts and culture, and maybe about lifelong learning, publishing, etc. But languages don't exist in a vacuum, and therefore we need to give them a context. And that context, I think Anna Graswinkle said earlier about we have a story to tell, a language to use, and also an imagination to develop. I think in that context, the work that the Cultural Foundation does in promoting this discussion is extremely useful. But also, I think as a network, we want to suggest a way forward, because we've discussed some of the frustrations in terms of many aspects of artistic work today and publishing. But what's the way forward? Well, we can see in terms of the context that dealing with the European Union and the European Commission is not an easy way forward. I think you saw from the presentation about Creative Europe, there are so many stumbling blocks in the way. If you want to make an application for funding, you need to have X number of members or partners. You need to use majority languages. This club of 24 languages looks after itself extremely well at European level. And we can see that very, very clearly. And it's getting worse, not better. So they're getting more defensive, and as the economic crisis deepens in some ways, they're getting more protective of themselves. So we have to find a way forward. And if you look at the Lisbon Treaty, in terms of establishing the European Union, it says that linguistic and cultural diversity is part and parcel of European identity. It is a once shared heritage, a wealth, a challenge, and an asset for Europe, that linguistic and cultural diversity. The problem is that the rhetoric is fine, the action is not good. So as a network, we've produced for consultation a document, which you'll find in the back there, called the European Roadmap for Linguistic Diversity. So we're going through a process of consultation till the end of May on this document. And basically what the document says is that you need to mainstream all languages in Europe, not just this club. It also says that we need to be aware of the influence of information technology in the future, that the power of the spoken voice will be immeasurable in the future, and you have to think about that. And it's also true in terms of publishing, that as we move on, the spoken voice will have much more power. Just for example, you won't type anymore. You speak to everything. And the impact of that is incredibly substantial. So you need to take that into consideration. But also, the roadmap says that you need to do something specific about minority languages, which are basically all endangered. And if we are talking about this heritage, this wealth that we have in Europe, if everything is just for the club of 24, then these other languages, especially as the digitization of culture moves ahead, are going to be in greater danger. So can you please take a copy of the roadmap, send us your comments, and we will then ensure that some of these suggestions are placed in front of the commissioners. We are talking about commissioners now who have responsibility for that. And also we are representing the roadmap to the intergroup that deals with minority languages next week. So we're trying to make sure that the Commission is aware of the issue and can take some of these issues on board. So we would very much welcome your comments and any observations you have to make.
Thank you, Miriam. It's still a short question or comment. One.
I want to comment about the translation of Swedish from Finland in French. You know that it's very easy to find translation in French because Ubernicens and Actes Sud has been doing a big job, and even now we need with a first note on the Actes Sud you can find Rita Pulkkinen. And it's not true that Sofia Oksanen is the first who made know in Belgium the Finnish writer, who had Shelvech, who had Bukachelon. And really, I am sure, maybe not for the Danish, but for the Finnish and for the Sweden, from Finland, you can find many translations in Belgium and France. In France, you have the Marché des Poètes every year, where Philippe is there and say one lovely book. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, we move to the ending of the seminar, and I can't think of any better person to wrap up this seminar than the chair of the Council of Svenska Kulturfonden, Ann-Louise Bertell, because she in one person she's both in the theater business and in the literary business. She is the managing director of Vasa Teater, which is the second biggest Swedish theater in Finland. And she's also a writer, and she knows both fields. So I won't say anything more, but I just pass on the word to you, Ann-Louise, and you can conclude the seminar.
Thank you, Johan, and thank you all of you for coming here today. I really want to thank you all for this wonderful day with all these thoughts, frustrations, and discussions on how to continue to work for the arts and culture for European minorities. As you have said, I'm the chair of the council, but I'm also a writer and a theatre person, so I'll tell you a story, or maybe two. I used to read Orhan Pamuk, the Turkish author who won the Nobel Prize in 2006. He says in his Nobel speech that he has always felt a little bit outside of everything. Orhan Pamuk was born in Istanbul, a city with millions of people, but he says in his speech that this feeling is something common for almost every one of us. Most of us feel a bit on the outside, a bit alone, no one understands us. We all belong to a minority. But all these very, very personal stories from Orhan, Yahya, Philip, Kirmen, Alberto, and all the others are helping us to not feel so alone. We can recognize ourselves in someone's thoughts, pictures, writings, movements. We might get a deeper understanding for ourselves and each other. We cannot understand our complex world around us by facts and logic alone. We also need narrative imagination. This means to think what it is to be in the shoes of another person, to understand the emotions and wishes and desires that someone might have. The cultivation of sympathy has always been a key part of democratic education, both in Western and non-Western nations. And this is perhaps what we need most to cultivate today, sympathy. And that's why we really need more culture, more money for the culture, and more people to understand that culture is the best way of preventing us from racist violence and marginalization. Young people need the arts and culture to learn to feel sympathy. To raise our children to become empathic, capable of critical thinking, aware of their own culture, and still citizens of the world, we need culture. And we need artists who dare to describe what they feel and see and hear in the world around them. I would have told Yahya Hassan that we in Vasa, Finland made a theatre performance based on the stories of children living in a school home. On the burial night, I read one of his poems in Swedish because it's translated. And even though we don't understand it, we can feel it, we can recognize it. The performance is called Hamlet Said It More Beautifully, and it has been a success and could be so all over Europe. These very local and very, very sad stories of 3 young children with abusive parents have spoken to a lot of people. I was born in a little village on the edge of Europe called Chivu, with about 300 persons. So I have always felt a bit outside of everything. A couple of years ago, an old man contacted me. He had lived all his life, over 80 years, except the wartime in this little village. And he wanted to tell me everything that had happened there. Could I come with him for one day and he'd tell me all he knew? We went, and this man spoke about weddings, children, sorrows, passion, love, and crime. All these great human things, but in this little village, like in Istanbul. No place and no minority is too little to tell about. And when you look at it very close, it becomes a mysterious, beautiful, magnified word in itself. So, from all of us in Svenska Kulturfonden, thank you all for this day, and good luck to all of you in your work for culture and minorities in our world today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Louise. Also, a couple of thanks to, at the end, to Joe Burbridge, who interpreted the Italian to English. Nils Torvalds' office, and especially Jade, it's pronounced in the Swedish of Finland, they would say probably Jade in Sweden, and Jade in English, who works her ass off and has been arranging all these practical things. For this, a big round of applause for her. And to the team of Kulturfonden, to Caroline Berg-Wekman, and above all, the one behind who's done more than anyone else for the seminar already 6 years in a row. A big applause to Mia Alvos. Without her, none of these 6 seminars would take place. And of course, the leadership and the management of Kulturfonden. We already, Leif Jakobsson is not here anymore, but also to the 2 chairs of the board and the council, Anne-Louise Patel and Stefan Wallin. And thanks to all of you, thanks to all the speakers and panelists, and thanks to you all the participants who have been sitting here and interestingly following this, or interestingly followed all these 6 hours. And also for your patience to get into this fortress. So thank you very much. I think we have to wait for Jade to take you out. They're very strict on people roaming around on their own in this building, just for spying or placing up bombs. So we probably have to leave in a common troop. Thank you all very much.
Vill du ha sällskap? Ja, lite plockar ihop det här. Coola ställe, ja. Vi kan ju ses i hotellobbyn. Ja. 20. Eller? Vi satsar det.
Har det gått bra i screeningen?
Ja, nu tror jag det.
Idag?